think it's sticky.
We will bring the regular assembly meeting to order for February 9th. Ms. Wall, would you lead us in the flag salute, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Ms. Hughes-Gandes, would you read our land acknowledgement, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. We would like to acknowledge that the city and borough of Juneau is on unceded Tlingit land and wish to honor the indigenous people of this land. For more than 10,000 years, Alaska Native people have been and continue to be integral to the well-being of our community. We are grateful to be in this place, a part of this community, and to honor the culture, traditions, and resilience of the Tlingit people. Gunashish.
Oh, jeez. Madam Clerk, will you call roll, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Deputy Mayor Smith,
Here.
Ms. Hughes Candies,
Here.
Ms. Wall,
Present.
Mr. Kelly,
Here?
Ms. Adkisson,
Here.
Mr. Steininger,
Here.
Ms. Hall,
Here.
Mr. Brooks.
Here.
Thank you. You have quorum and all members. Oh, Madam Mayor.
Here.
Thank you. You have quorum. All members are present.
All right, thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Before we go into the special order of business, I just wanted to take a minute to recognize that Dr. Carol Brown passed away on January 27th. For those who don't know Carolyn, and it was always with a small c, because that's the way her birth certificate said, was very heavily into public health and was a female doctor that did lots of firsts throughout the state. She met her husband, George Brown, who people are familiar with as a pediatrician in the cadaver lab. So that's kind of fun fact. And as she would say, she delivered the babies and then handed them to her husband. So anyway, condolences go out to the Brown family, and she will certainly be missed. With that, we go to our special order of business, which is our proclamation of National Engineers Week. Mr. Yucatel, any other engineers in the house, please come forward. Yes, you don't just have to be in the city, any engineers at all. Yes, so this is National Engineering Week. Whereas National Engineers Week is celebrated during the week of George Washington's birthday to honor the contributions President Washington, a military engineer and land surveyor, made to engineering. And whereas the 2026 theme, Transform Your Future, is a powerful reminder that engineering doesn't just shape our world, it shapes our opportunities, our communities, and the futures we can imagine for ourselves and our children. And whereas engineers use their scientific and technical knowledge and skills in creative and innovative ways to fulfill society's needs, and whereas engineers face the major technological challenges of our time, from rebuilding towns devastated by natural disaster, we're familiar with that, cleaning up the environment and assuring safe and efficient sources of energy, to designing information systems that will speed our country into the future. And whereas the Juneau branch of the American Society of Civil Engineers and Alaska Capital Engineers are local sponsors of National Engineers Week, celebrating the local accomplishments of Projects of the Year and Engineer of the Year recognitions within the Juneau region. And whereas since 1983, the National Society of Professional Engineers has contributed time, sponsorship, and resources in support of the National Math Counts competition series, a competitive mathematics program that promotes mathematical achievements through a series of fun and engaging B-style contests. And whereas the Juneau branch has established civil engineering and professional engineering scholarships for high school seniors pursuing Bachelor of Science degrees in the engineering and science fields, that now therefore I, Beth A. Weldon, Mayor of the City and Borough of Juneau, Alaska, on behalf of the City and Borough Assembly, do hereby issue this proclamation acknowledging February 22nd through 28th, 2026 as National Engineers Week in Juneau, Alaska, and call upon the people of Juneau to recognize the essential contributions engineers make within our community. Would you like to say a few words? Certainly.
Wasn't prepared to, but Engineers Week we've been recognizing it for decades now. We'll have a banquet on the 28th, recognizing a Project of the Year and a Engineer of the Year. Engineers do a lot for the community. We take the 1 week of the year to recognize their efforts. And you mentioned natural disasters, but certainly it's engineers that are going to figure out the GLOF issues and get us back on track. So Mayor, appreciate the opportunity to recognize the engineers in Juneau.
Thank you, everybody. Can you please give them a round of applause? And you guys come through. Congratulations to Nate. We look forward to his wonderful speech. No pressure. With that, we'll go to approval of minutes. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we approve the minutes for the January 12th, 2025, or excuse me, is this 2026? All right. And ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, and we will correct that to 2026. Any objections? Seeing none, the minutes are approved. With that, we'll go to manager's request for agenda changes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have one request for an agenda change. Thanks to the discerning eye of Assemblymember Hall, we noticed that the ordinance appropriating funds to St. Vincent's through the Affordable Housing Fund is listed correctly. The ordinance itself is correct in the packet, but the title in the agenda is misrepresenting. The title in the agenda says it's for Hill Street facility improvements, and the grant is for facility improvements. So in order to correct this and move as expeditiously as possible, I'd like to request that that item be pulled from public hearing. It's item number 8 under public hearing, and placed on the consent agenda for introduction.
With the correct title, correct?
Yeah, with the correct title, and the correct title is in the supplemental, is a supplemental, the correct agenda is a supplemental item in your packet and online for the record.
All right, thank you for that. Any more changes?
No.
All right, thank you for that. So next we'll go to public participation on non-agenda items. And we'll start with Zoom first. And we do have 2 people on Zoom for non-agenda. And since we have a few tonight, we'll limit it to 2 minutes. Please bring over Mr. Adams.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for testifying tonight. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Excellent. My name is Joshua Adams. I'm an incremental developer with multiple projects in downtown Juneau, and I want to speak today about the Historic Resources Advisory Committee. HRAC produces thoughtful, detailed, and well-articulated annual reports. Those reports contain clear recommendations grounded in federal standards, National Park Service guidance, and deep local knowledge of Juneau's historic fabric. However, year after year, those recommendations are largely set aside, not incorporated, not debated, not refined, simply ignored. The value of HRAC is not theoretical. It exists to bring issues to the surface early, to flag risks before they become expensive mistakes, and to help this body make informed decisions about historic properties and development patterns. When its recommendations are not meaningfully considered, the city loses the benefit of that foresight. HRAC is not an advocacy group, and it is not an obstacle to development. It is a technical advisory body created specifically to help the Assembly navigate complex historic, regulatory, and planning issues with clarity and confidence. When you ask for its input, there should be a corresponding obligation to actually engage with what it provides. Listening does not mean automatic adoption. It means consideration. It means asking follow-up questions. It means explaining on the record why recommendations are accepted, modified, or rejected. That feedback loop matters, not just for the commission members who volunteer their time, but for developers, property owners, and the public who rely on predictable, well-reasoned decision-making. Juneau already has a strong tool in HRAC. The request today is simple. Use it. Treat the Historic Resources Advisory Committee's work as part of the decision-making process, not an appendix that gets filed away. I particularly like HRAC because it's a place where I find some of the smartest members of our community all at one place at the same time. Just to be a fly on the wall during one of the HRAC meetings is well worth my time. I suggest you do the same, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions for Mr. Adams? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight.
Thank
Please
you.
bring over Max Rosen. Mr. Rosen, please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello again. My name is Max Rosen, and I live in the Barron's neighborhood downtown. I'm a board member of the Friends of the Juneau Public Libraries, and I'm here once again to share appreciation for our libraries and to reflect the voices of many community members who care deeply about them. Recently, a longtime Friends volunteer shared a story with me. She's volunteered at the amazing bookstore for more than 16 years, but her connection to libraries began much earlier. Growing up, her family's Friday night outings were trips to their local library in California. As she got older, she would ride her bike there on Saturday mornings, spending hours exploring the stacks, eventually taking her very first job there as a high school student. Later, she brought her own children to the Mendenhall Valley Library in its various locations, and today she brings her grandchildren. For her family, the neighborhood library has remained a constant, a place of discovery, belonging, and shared community across generations. Stories like this are not unusual. They remind us that libraries are more than collections of books or digital resources. They are accessible neighborhood spaces that people can reach by foot, by car, by bike, or by bus. They provide meeting rooms used by community groups, safe and welcoming spaces for people of all ages, and reliable access to information and technology. Over time, they become part of the fabric of daily life, places where people grow up, learn, gather, and stay connected to their community. On behalf of the Friends of the Juneau Public Libraries, I want to express how strongly our members value our neighborhood libraries and the role they play in connecting our community. We recognize that this year's budget decisions are challenging, and we urge you to continue supporting our libraries as a core service that benefits all of Juneau. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your continued support of Juneau Public Libraries.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions for Mr. Rosen? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Bruce Wyrock. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes, and you have to press the button on the mic to make it green.
Madam Mayor and members of the Assembly, my name is Bruce Wyrock, Hawk Bay, and I'm here as a president of the Foundation for End-of-Life Care. The mission of the Foundation for End-of-Life Care is supporting end-of-life services, including hospice, bereavement care, and community education. On October 24, 2024, the CBJ Assembly unanimously adopted Ordinance 24-01BG as in golf that appropriated $200,000 for the Bartlett Regional Hospice home and hospice services. Home and hospice operates at a deficit, so the Assembly's action doing that was very important and continues to be important. So I'm here tonight to thank the Assembly on behalf of the Foundation for its past and continued support of Bartlett Regional Hospital's hospice services. And there's many reasons why CBJ's support for hospice at Bartlett is critically important to Juneau and the Southeast Alaska. As you've heard before, notably through the Juneau Economic Development Council, the 60-plus population Juneau grew from 18 to 24% between 2015 and 23, and this aging trend is going to accelerate. Bartlett's Hospice offers the only Medicaid, Medicare approved and accredited hospice in the entire Southeast Alaska region from Hyder to Yakutat. Over 30 communities and 20 federally recognized tribes comprise the Southeast region, and it spans more than 35,000 square miles, an area larger than the combined areas of New Jersey, Hawaii, Connecticut, Delaware, and Rhode Island. Yet this area has only a single hospice provider, which is at Bartlett. Southeast Alaska has about 71,000 people that will eventually need end-of-life services. And even Wyoming, with the smallest population of all states, has 20 hospice providers for its 580,000 residents and offers more access to hospice care for its residents than Southeast Alaska based on a population ratio. Because Bartlett offers the entire Southeast Alaska region with the only accredited hospice and home care service, the importance of hospice to this large area will only increase for Juneau and Southeast residents. And we look forward to working with you and Bartlett in the future to ensure hospice is maintained and flourishes. And thank you for your support.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Wyrock? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Tony Tings. Please state your name and the area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
I'm Tony Tangs and I live downtown. I want to talk to you about parking on Telephone Hill. I lived there for 28.5 years. And there's 13 homes up there, or apartments, homes, whatever. And only 4 dedicated parking spots for 4 of those. And the rest was just catch as catch can. I cannot count the number of times I had to park over by the governor's. Now you want to develop this place and put some high-end housing up there. And especially high-end people, they're going to want parking for themselves, for their friends. I would imagine 3 places per high-end place. And that's a serious consideration. So I've noted, I think that you guys already have this on your radar. I noted in your city and borough CIP for fiscal years of 2026 to 31, there are, in the year 28, there's $10 million for Telephone Hill allotted, and then another $10 million allotment a few years after that. So I think that must be for parking. And this could only be considered as part of the subsidy going into developing any of this housing on Telephone Hill, which I imagine just in round numbers is going to be 100 units, which makes for easy math because you're getting up to around $30 million, which is easy math for $300,000 subsidy per unit, which you should be upfront with the people. You should let people know what's coming. This is coming. It's all part of the project. It needs to happen. And I don't know if they'll feel kindly about subsidizing to that tune for the wealthy people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Tangs? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, sign up for public participation on non-agenda items have closed, and we'll continue with the list we have. So next we have Larry Talley. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Larry Talley, and I live in the Flats. And thank you, Madam Mayor and Assembly. Thank you for doing this difficult job. Once again, I want to focus on the $5.5 million appropriated for demolishing housing on Telephone Hill and the $3.5 million to relocate Dixon Street and install utilities for the newly vacant lots for a total of $9 million. At this point, I think we agree that the Telephone Hill redevelopment concept C is financially infeasible. At my last testimony, I offered 3 hypothetical proposals, and then I fumbled when you asked me questions. I am capable of learning. So tonight, I'm offering you a real proposal. Again, you might consider spending this money creating housing instead of demolishing housing. Here is one way to do just that. At the top of the Telephone Hill neighborhood is a parking lot, 15,000 square feet, fronting on 3rd Street and Dixon. Adjacent to this parking lot, behind the Bayless Powers house, is another 10,000 square feet vacant lot. Together, there's 25,000 square feet of buildable land, accessible from either 3rd Street or Dixon, with road and utilities already present on 3rd Street. Using JEDC's 2024 residential construction cost estimate of $325 a square foot, $9 million to provide 43 one-bedroom units of housing on this land. I don't actually expect CBJ to build and own this housing, but with a CBJ subsidy of $9 million, which is obviously available, a developer could definitely build attractive housing here. The target market would probably include legislative staffers during session and summer tourism workers after session. A modest project, say 24 to 30 units, could fit here with street-level parking, decreasing costs per unit and increasing utility. Remember that this project would also be ahead by the 13 existing housing units that don't have to be demolished. So you can have your housing project and dancing in the streets. Please invest the $9 million where it will improve Juneau's housing situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Talley? Ms. Wall?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Talley. I saw your email when you sent it with these details. I haven't gone and looked at the properties that you pointed out, but could you tell me who owns them and what they are used for?
CBJ owns them. It's part of Telephone Hill. So the parking lot, 15,000 square foot parking lot, I believe is leased to the governor's office or something like that. So I'm sure you can't just pull it away and put an apartment building there immediately, but I assume that lease has a limited time. The property behind John and Rachel's house is just a vacant lot. Now, some of it's going to be steep, but some of it is flat. And Catherine Fritz, who's currently traveling, has, done the sketches and, she's an architect, used to be the city architect and then the airport architect. And so this project I'm talking about is her project, but, when she returns to town, will have some sketches and technical stuff available.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Talley. Next, we have Mary Alice McKean. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Mary Alice McKean. I live in downtown. I appreciate the start time at 6 o'clock, and I hope it's helping you guys get home at a reasonable time too. The city's decision to demolish Telephone Hill was based on the assumption that the demolition would lead to the building of 155 new housing units, of which 20% will be affordable. I sent you an email, and it was later published in the Empire. The city cannot afford that development. So the city is going to have to take another approach to development on Telephone Hill. I'd like to see the city start treating Telephone Hill, the houses and the land as assets. The city should determine conditions for development on Telephone Hill, sell or transfer the houses to persons willing to abide by those conditions, and promote development on the vacant spaces around the houses, such as the small apartment building just described by Larry Talley. Put another way, the city has assumed that the houses are unsafe, worthless wrecks. That assumption is wrong. The city can immediately save $5.5 million by not demolishing them. As the intense interest in these houses show, many people value older historic homes and the craftsmanship in them that has enabled them to house people for over 100 years. Can the city transfer the houses as is? The answer is an unequivocal yes. All the city has to do is identify the hazards for potential buyers through a written report, which the city is doing. That maintains 13 units of housing right then. In fact, a big positive of Concept D, keep the existing houses and add units as can comfortably fit on the vacant land, is that the city would not have any costs associated with maintenance, old housing systems, improvements, and those things. The city would establish rules, and this would enable the houses to get special funds for restoration and renovation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. McKean? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Paige Bridges. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Paige Bridges, Carroll Way downtown. Well, before I start, I'll show you my house. This is the famous Tanaka house on Carroll Way, and I'm restoring it. We will restore it. It doesn't matter how much it costs. Our historic resources of Juneau are crucial for us, and without this, that whole neighborhood downtown on Carroll Way would actually be nothing. So I feel the same way about Telephone Hill. We gave you these pictures here to show you that the houses aren't decrepit at all. They've been kept up. The residents have even paid for repairs over the years. Yeah, and Mary Alice already talked about the letter that we're asking you to view the properties as assets, residences, historic resources, green space, sources of revenue for the city. Somebody here said one night to me in private that all the houses rot in our rainforest, so these houses are going to rot. So I asked my friend, a local architect, and he said, no, that's not true. If it has a roof, it's not going to rot. He also said any house that's lived in can be repaired. And these houses are very strong. When I've been poking around my house, it looks decrepit, and it looks more decrepit than this photo now. Everything's braced at the corners. You can't tear it apart. And they were also built with full dimensional timber. Today, they will shave down the 2x4 and the 2x6s to smaller units, but they use the whole piece of wood then, and it's old growth forest. So my house isn't rotting, although you might think it would. So they're very strong. And the houses didn't need to be shoveled during our blizzard. And that the roofs didn't collapse, they weren't shoveled. They're very, very, very strong. So I'm asking you, okay, please let the residents buy back the houses or rent them to own. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Bridges? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and the pictures. Next, we have Susan Clark. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Susan Clark. I live in the Federal Building area, in the shadow of the Federal Building area, which means it goes behind the Federal Building, or it goes behind the mountains. You've seen in the Juneau Empire that the Telephone Hill cost is staggering. For a mere 1.4 acres of, quote, steep and rugged topography requiring innovative engineering solutions, which is why the city hasn't officially searched for or found a developer to this date. What you haven't heard, the public hasn't heard, that merely the consultant fees of the first 40 feet to the first 40 feet in Oregon have already exceeded $500,000, 600,000 to be exact, plus. The initial first 40 contract was in July of 2023, and it included visioning and scenarios and design concepts and civil and engineering concepts, as well as a Section 106 compliance, and 2 public meetings to build community consensus, of which there has been none because the promise option to leave the hill as is was never intended to be a part of that package. Waiting for the first 40 has been something like waiting for Godot, as their deadline has been extended 3 times for 6-month increments each time. The latest amendment to their contract was only written in mid-November, this last mid-November, giving yet another 6 months deadline through June 2026 for a whopping $84,000 additional money. Other money that people haven't really been aware of is that there was a sales tax put in on September 2022 that we can only vote on for every 5 years. And that's continuing, ongoing, and it was for $2 million. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Clark? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Steve Benke. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
I'm Steve Benke, live in Thane. I'm representing the nonprofit Renewable Juneau this evening. I apologize in advance for bringing another crisis to your already overladen crisis plate. But I want to mention that, and I know you're already hearing from some of your constituents about the fact that electric vehicles are getting more and more difficult to get in and out of Juneau. And so I'd like to invite you to attend our or view our Southeast EV Shipping Solutions panel, which is Wednesday at, from 6 to 8 PM at K2. It's co-sponsored. Panelists and co-sponsors include Alaska Marine Lines, Alaska Marine Highways, Affordable Auto, IBW, the Alaska Access Committee, the Alaska Energy Authority, and District 1 Representative Jeremy Bynum. It's a rare opportunity to hear directly from people working on this issue from every angle. EVs are important tools for reducing energy costs, improving air quality, and reducing climate impacts, one of your 15-year-old goals, and building a more resilient local economy. For many households, EVs significantly reduce transportation costs, often by up to 2/3 compared to gas vehicles. And ownership in Juneau is approaching 1 in 10 households. But today we're having more and more trouble getting EVs in and out. Barge lines have stopped hauling them since last fall. The ferry system will only take 2 per sailing, and that wait list is now months out for many of the. So we're pulling together this group of people to talk about possible solutions. There are solutions because 16 million EVs were shipped this last year around the world. So somebody's doing it right and continue to do it. We would urge you, the CBJ Assembly, to join in speaking up and searching for solutions, and want to let you know about the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Ms. Hughes Candies and then Mr. Brooks.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thank you for being here and working on the issue. I just try to get clarity on when that panel is. You said Wednesday
It's
evening?
Wednesday evening, 6 to 8 at A2 Studios.
A2 Studios, thank you.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. and Thank you for being here. And just for clarification, the issue with bringing in the EV vehicles currently is due to the lithium ion batteries, or is there more to it?
That's the main issue, fire safety.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I have a quick question. Have you considered open air containers rather than closed containers? They would be on top if they are open.
That's one of the kinds of things that that we'll be raising with them, but AML has said that they're looking for solutions. They've promised that they're looking for solutions, but they probably need encouragement to do that because it's not clear kind of when they might do that.
All right. Thank you for that. And thank you for letting us know about Wednesday. Oops, I'm sorry, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Do you know if any other lines have stepped forward who might have solutions on how to ship them safely?
Well, right now, a number of the Alaska shippers have stopped shipping them, but some of the barge lines are still shipping to Hawaii. So there are similar barge lines that are still operating. We're talking to a potential new shipper who's interested in bringing service to Southeast Alaska, providing some competition to our existing monopoly barge line. And they have said they're interested in talking about electric vehicles.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Shannon Green. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Assembly members. I'm Shannon Green. I'm a Valley resident. I'm addressing the CBJ Telephone Hill FAQs that were developed to counter significant public outcry against this development, specifically the disingenuous nature of this topic. Was there a public vote on redevelopment of this land? The FAQs tell us yes. $2 million in funding for the redevelopment of Telephone Hill was included in the 1% tax proposition approved by the voters in the 2022 election. But the full story on Prop 3 was the Telephone Hill initiative was bundled, or perhaps more accurately buried, with 18 other projects in 10 different categories known as the 1% list. Leading that ambitious list were millions for critical information technology upgrades, childcare support, affordable housing initiatives, deferred school building maintenance, to name a few. Who would vote against those community needs? How many voters even read through to category 9 of 10, where Telephone Hill was bundled with other redevelopment projects? Is this transparent fiscal stewardship? In the 2022 election, 6,247 voters, only 22% of our registered voting body and taxpayer base approved Prop 3. The ninth category of Prop 3 actually read, $2 million, I quote, $2 million will fund the beginning stages of Telephone Hill redevelopment, unquote, and, quote, funds will be used to begin the public process of formulating a redevelopment plan to be adopted by CBJ. That is what we voted for. In no way should this be interpreted as carte blanche authority, nor a blank check from the taxpaying citizens to spend additional tens of millions of our tax dollars to develop housing complexes. As a voter, I could have easily interpreted development to also include restoring the current historic buildings. Another red flag at the recent assembly retreat, when reviewing, I would say please prove that you have our support to destroy these public assets and call for a vote of the public. Please reconsider this venture in the citizens' best interest and discontinue the push to drain our tax dollars when so many other basic municipal needs exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Green? Mr. Brooks?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the testimony. Do you feel like the community outreach that was conducted by the first 40 feet was open-minded beyond the proposed suggestions out of the A through D options?
Thank you for the question. I don't know that I can speak to that other than as your all-day working, busy single mom with 3 kids in school, trying to, work a federal job. My viewpoint was at a federal level, not as much local, and I feel like that's my responsibility to know. But I would say I didn't hear about that or the survey, and so I've done my own little personal test just because I believe in, what this group is doing, that everyone I ask, and I had it in my testimony, but didn't have enough time, is that I would say less than 99% of the people that I ask, hey, do you know about Telephone Hill? Because I didn't, and that's why I came to a meeting. They don't know about it in general, and I ask almost everybody I bump into, and they don't know about it. They're like, what is that button about? And they don't have any idea that they voted for anything. And that's just a general little poll I'm doing. And I think that's concerning because we do have a lot of really big issues to tackle in this town. And I just believe that we all have a responsibility to be involved in civics and what we vote for.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Bruce Simonson. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Bruce Simonson. I've lived in downtown Juneau since 1988. Thank you for the opportunity to address the assembly tonight. First, I want to thank you and commend you for the budget survey you are currently conducting. It's important that the public has a way to provide input on budget priorities to the assembly. I really appreciate this. I thank you for it, but I do have a simple suggestion and a request regarding the survey. About the survey, I think the contractor conducting the survey is doing a great job. But one suggestion I have is please direct staff to post a PDF of the questions that are on the survey on the CBJ's website so that citizens can review the questions before responding to the survey. I find that very helpful. And I know there's a PDF available because I asked for one and it was sent to me. And then my second request is please extend the time for the public to respond to this survey. I'm not sure what the actual deadline, but I hear it might be soon. I just recently heard about this survey, and I've been actively promoting it and asking people to respond to it. Please extend the response time until perhaps the next assembly meeting, or at least until the city's public workshops about the budget have been completed on March 3rd. So thank you. Please post a PDF of the questions on the CBJ website and extend the deadline for responses until at least March 3rd.
All right, any questions? Ms. Hughes Candies?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thanks for being here tonight and the testimony suggestions. My question is about the first piece of it, and if you could elaborate a little bit more, because to have the questions posted ahead of time, is that primarily, could you expand just a little bit on that? It's so people can get into it and then go take it, or?
Yeah,
Just
that's
a
the
little bit
idea.
more.
It's like oftentimes when you take surveys, you don't really know what the questions are. They just keep coming at you and what I suggest is just put a PDF of, these are the questions. You can review them before you start to fill out the online survey. And I find it really helpful to do that. It's really great, for example, knowing that there's some open-ended boxes where you can put in your own suggestions. It's not just yes or no or multiple choice questions. It's good to know that in advance so that you know that if you want to elaborate on a particular thing. So it's a simple PDF. I think Phil sent me a copy of it, and you can just post it on the website. Read this first if you want to, and then take the survey is what you would do.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you for your testimony. All right, next we have Eunice James. Hopefully I said that right. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Eunice James. I live in the Valley area, and I wanted to talk about housing in general and that there's a lack of sufficient housing. I gone to a meeting and heard about Telephone Hill as well. There's the costs, the limited availability for our young people to stay or to even come back when they leave to further their education, whether it's higher education or vocational training. There's a lack of housing. You look at rental units, there's a lack of rental units. And that's for probably multiple reasons. There's a lack of affordable rental units. There's a lack of long-term rental units. When you look at the medical professionals coming into Juneau, they're always looking for housing. There's a need for medical professional. There's a dire need for local. I work for the tribe here in Juneau, and I work with tribal citizens mainly. They talk about things and situations where they're currently renting and they're worried about being evicted because their water doesn't work properly. They don't have adequate heat. We went through a really cold spell. When you don't have adequate heat, when you're caring for children and you're trying to get them to school and such, there's really a dire need for housing in Juneau.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Ms. James? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. You might
Thank
want to
you.
stay a little longer because we're going to be doing some work on that later today. Anyway, with that, we will go to Carol Bookless. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Do I have to press the button? Oh,
As long as it's
okay.
green.
Carol Bookless, I live in Douglas. So I want to read something to you. This is from the Juneau, City and Borough Juneau website. It's the community development vision. It's fostering excellence in development for this generation and the next. And if you read the mission, it says the Community Development Department facilitates sustainable and responsible development
that respects and preserves the history and cultures of Juneau. So I want to ask how what we're doing at Telephone Hill fits that mission and that vision. I see you're all looking at me, which is great, but can you see Minta's beautiful red shirt when you're looking at me? You can't because your vision is focused this way and you're not seeing anything on either side. People have come and given you good ideas where you can fulfill your mission of getting your 155 units, but you can keep the heritage value of this area. I've given you the suggestion to put a high rise at the high end of the site. There's no building limit there. You can do what you want. You could get your 155 units and you can have a beautiful heritage tourist site there. It's possible. We're talking about housing. How's this for an idea? You have the Mental Health Trust. What do they do with their land? They make a list and they tell you how to buy each parcel. Why can't we make a list of all the properties, hundreds of properties that CBJ owns and have a forum and say, listen, this is what you can do, because that's what community development told me. They said, Carol, if you want some land, just go up to lands, make a bid on any of the lots we own, and you can have it. Why don't people know that? Okay, I'll stop there.
Any questions for Ms. Bookless? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Okay, that's the last we have for our public participation on non-agenda items, although we'll have another one at the end of the meeting if for anybody else that wants to testify later. With that, we will go to our consent agenda. Are there any public requests for consent agenda changes other than ordinances for introduction? Seeing none, is there any assembly requests for consent agenda changes? Seeing none, we'll go to you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the consent agenda as presented and ask for unanimous consent.
It was amended, remember?
I move the consent agenda as amended by the manager and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. And Ms. Atkinson, you're just going to have to raise your hand or something because I don't see you on the screen.
Gotcha. I will. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll go to item 1, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, may we take a break?
Certainly. Let's take 5 minutes. we'll bring the assembly back to order. Moving on to public hearing, item 1, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2025-42, an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan by adopting the downtown Douglas / West Juneau area plan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This ordinance adopts the Downtown Douglas West Juneau Area Plan. The development of the plan started with the steering committee, a process, moved through time. You can see all the times that the assembly has touched this. The last time was at your January 26th committee, the whole meeting after introduction, where you discussed the changes to the plan that the Planning Commission made. I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. We have one person signed up for this, so if we could bring Ms. Bookless back. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Carol Bookless, I live in Douglas, and I've spoken to you before, I've emailed you before. I was on the South Douglas Steering Committee, and I think I'll take Minta's advice and say that I would like you to adopt this without any of the Planning Committee's changes. That would be the simplest way to do it, no thinking, because what the Planning Committee has suggested goes against what we worked for 5 years on. And one of the things I talked about earlier was that we should have a forum where we can just say, these are all the properties that the city has, and this is how you can buy them. Did you know that there are almost half a dozen properties on Fifth Street that the city owns that people can just go buy if they want to build there? So why the heck are we going to Sixth Street, which literally your own documents say is not buildable because of the steepness of the site and the water coming off the hillside? I've sent you the links to the documents. These are your studies. Why are we defying your studies and saying, let's build there anyway? It just does not make sense. So yeah, I think, like I said, the simplest would be, yeah, there's some things, that I think could be tweaked on that plan. But you know what? We worked for a long time on it, and it's a good plan. I would say accept it without any of the changes.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony tonight. And the changes are on page 28 for those of you looking for it. With that, we have nobody else signed up for public testimony. We'll bring it back to the assembly. Ms. Hughes-Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-42 and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objections? Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Just objection for the purposes of a question. I believe I know the answer to this, but I just want to make sure. So approving this ordinance as is basically accepts the Planning Commission's recommendations. We would need to make an amendment to remove those recommendations if that was the desire of the body.
Madam City Manager is looking at me.
You're correct.
Thank you.
Are
I'll remove my.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, I'll object to this plan and I'll speak briefly to my objection, which I said the same thing at the committee of the whole. I applaud everybody for working on this plan. This was a well-developed plan and everything, but our life has changed and many of these plans, many of this plan calls for us to expend money on all kinds of things. So I don't think it's appropriate to adopt this plan as an ordinance when we know that we're not going to achieve 90% of what this is going to do. So I just don't think that's a right thing to do. So go ahead, Ms. Wall, and then Ms. Hughes-Candies. Sorry, I can't speak tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Weldon. Just wanted to speak in support of this ordinance. The mayor is correct that there's lots in here that we, as a community or as a city and a community can't afford to build in this current moment. But, in my 5 years on the assembly, I've seen us start in COVID where we were in a financial emergency, come into the Biden administration where there was a lot of funds for things that we didn't know there'd be funds for. And then, in a new administration, completely different priorities. And now after an election, a very different situation. So I just bring that up to say these plans exist because they're a vision, and they provide opportunities for the future. I will also say that a lot of work went into this, and although I think the planning commission comments are good. I will, in this case, I do understand Ms. Bookless kind of perspective that when you put a ton of work into this, it can be discouraging to see things not adopted or changed. So I want to make sure we honor the work of both the planning commission and the steering committee that did this work.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak briefly in support of adopting this since we are now at the more public of our meetings. I think tonight is a really interesting meeting because we're going to dig into kind of planning, land planning, how you do it. Probably we'll hear interesting arguments when we talk about the rezones. There's so many different ways to look at this. We have real world concerns where we can say, here's a very technical study and document. And, I fully understand the concerns Ms. Bookless just brought up in her public testimony, where you're going to be talking about something really super just coming down to science and fact, where you're talking about slopes and drainage and what does it take to change the land where you want to build. And then we have other things in this plan that are aspirational in nature. And I think Ms. Walls just touched on those. I have mixed feelings because I feel like these things we can adopt these things and then we can go either way with them. Depending on the project at hand, we may say, I know that's what the comprehensive plan says, but we're going to do this other thing because we think that's more important. I know that's what the area plan says, but we're going to do this thing. And it's very hard to reconcile that with asking a community to come together and say, what do you want aspirationally and truly this area of town to look like in the future? What are we working towards, when funds are available, and what are we putting our time and our energy towards? So all of that to say that after this many years on the assembly, I find these to be such a dichotomy of all the things are true at once and they're also not true at once. I go back and forth between saying planning is a scam, long range planning is a scam. You guys have heard me joke that before, but it's also necessary, and it's just a function of how we move the city forward. So a little bit longer than I meant to, but all of that to say, I recognize this is not perfect. I appreciate all the work that went into it from the community. I appreciate the work that the Planning Commission did to make this align as best it can with our current goals and our current needs as a community area-wide. And so I feel comfortable adopting it.
Thank you. So we have a motion and objection. Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For ordinance 2025-42, an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan by adopting the downtown Douglas/West Juneau area plan. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Yes.
Ms. Wall.
Yes.
Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Mr. Steininger.
Yes.
Ms. Adkisson.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Mr. Brooks.
No.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Weldon.
No.
Motion carries with 7 yeas and 2 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 2.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2026-04, an ordinance amending the rebate for qualifying senior citizens code.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This is a housekeeping ordinance after passage of the exemption on food and utilities. Those were two benefits that qualifying senior citizens were eligible to get. We also required qualifying senior citizens to present this exemption card when applying for a hardship rebate from the city and borough of Juneau. We're just adding that language to code to not require them to purchase the $20 exemption card in order to be eligible for that benefit. I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Nobody has signed up for public testimony, so we'll bring it to the Assembly. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly approve ordinance 2026-04, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. So our next ordinances we'll treat a little differently because we're in our quasi judicial role. So what I will do is we will go to the city clerk to read the title. We'll go to the city manager, and then we'll go to the city attorney. So at that time, if you have questions on the process, ask the city attorney, and then we'll deal with testimony a little bit differently too, if you guys so approve. With that, we'll go to Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2026-05, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city and borough of Juneau to change the zoning of HDK LT 2A and SSG IV TRB located at 5200 and 5220 Commercial Boulevard from industrial to light commercial.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This ordinance, if passed, would approve a rezone of those two properties in kind of across from Home Depot area from industrial to light commercial. The stated purpose of this is for housing. The Planning Commission denied this rezone request, which is why it's before you based on a staff recommendation that the rezone is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's a goal of the Assembly to preserve industrial zones, and that housing is a incompatible use for an industrial zone that will be likely develop into a transfer site or some near, it's not adjacent, but it's kind of in the path of those purposes. So that is the reasoning that the Planning Commission gave for that. I'm sure you'll hear many compelling reasons from the applicant today, and I would like to hand it over to Attorney Wright to explain the process.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Madam Attorney.
Thank you. So the process for a protest is interesting and something that I think many of you have not seen before. It is a quasi judicial process. It is not an appeal. It's its own kind of animal within land use code. What happens is the Planning Commission makes a decision, and then the applicant, if the applicant decides to move forward and ask you to review it, they have 20 days. They don't turn in an appeal. There's no hearing back and forth. Really what happens is an ordinance is drafted, which would be what they're requesting, and then they come before you for public hearing. There's no argument. There's no representation by either side. It is purely a public hearing that will happen this evening. Then you will have in front of you their protest, the notice of decision from the Planning Commission, and the proposed ordinance. And that is it. I did put in a memo so to just ensure that you understand the decisions that you're making tonight. There's three potential decisions. You approve the ordinance as it has been introduced. That will update the maps of the comprehensive plan. You approve the ordinance with modifications, and we can talk a little bit about that. Most of those modifications, if there were any, would be public safety, welfare type modifications. And then the third is you approve the Planning Commission's recommendation denying the rezone. So 3 types of approval there, and that's what you're being asked to do tonight. And I'm happy to take questions now or as you go through the
Okay,
process.
questions on the process, Ms. Wall?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just making, I believe this to be the case, but just making sure we have 2 different separate ordinances with different issues, but the process is exactly the same in that the director denied or recommended denial, planning commission denied, they were protested, and now they're in front of us.
That's correct. Both of them are the exact same process, 2 different projects.
And just to be completely clear, we'll deal with each one separately. Okay, Mr. Burks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And they're only being contested or denied for rezone due to guidelines set forth in the comprehensive plan.
So the recommendation is based on the comprehensive plan, the goal of preserving industrial space and the kind of incompatible uses of an industrial zone. So not just, I would say that the staff recommendation was based primarily on the comprehensive plan, but also on those other 2 variables.
Ms. Wall?
One more question on process here. Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, the comprehensive plan is aspirational. You know, when I look at these, I'll say it in a bit, like there's some gray area, around whether this, this fits or doesn't. From a legal perspective, do we take a risk, when we're considering whether this matches our plans or not? If we are to be like, well, we've got new policies, things have changed. Where does that play into this decision? I know there's legal risk in everything we do, but maybe you could characterize that.
Madam Attorney.
Thank you for the question. I won't give you an "it depends" answer because I know that's not what you want. But from a legal perspective, I would say that your risk is low. Comprehensive plan and area-wide plans and all of these plans are in general policy decisions. The place that you get into legal kind of warm water, hot water, probably warm water, is when you're inconsistent. We always want to be consistent. We always want to apply similar standards. We want to match what we're doing. But in general, these are policy calls for you to make after listening to the presentation that's built into the code to allow you to do this.
Ms. Hughes Candies and then Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When we talk about these being different, quasi-judicial, different from an appeal, when we're doing an appeal, we have this is what you're making the decision on. Your only decision you can make is this or that. The Planning Commission, when they make some decisions, they have to point it back to this. We made this decision because, and we're pointing back at this, or we denied that, and this is where we draw that kind of, where we made that decision making. Here, we have gone back and looked at what was in the Planning Commission record, and I'll wait and hear more about how we'll do testimony tonight. That process that's built in for it to be a policy call at this point from the Assembly. What are the Assembly's obligations, if any, to point back to from what we're making our decision?
Madam Attorney.
Thank you. So different from, like you said, different from an appeal or that judicial, quasi-judicial decision-making where we would give you draft findings of fact, draft points to connect to in the comprehensive plan itself. That's why this one is a little bit different. The protest code does not require you to make specific findings of fact. That being said, any decision that you make can be appealed to a superior court. And so I would always recommend you explain why you're making a decision and what your thought process is for that decision. But this is not a situation where we're going to write up findings of fact for you and have those specific laid out issues.
That's great. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Attorney, you maybe touched on it a little bit in that, consistency is important. I guess it's not necessarily precedent setting if we rezone a piece from, one zoning district to another. It's just, is there consistency? Because others may then say, oh, they did this here. Now I want to do that in this zone that isn't, allowed. Therefore, seems like we should go for it and try to request rezones there as well.
So through the chair, so I would encourage you to ask questions of the experts, which is CDD and the department and the manager's office. But what we are being careful of with rezones is something called spot zoning. So you never want to just pick things and say, yes, we want to do that here. Again, the world of the law lives in a place where we don't like things that are arbitrary or capricious, right? We need to understand why we're doing it. We need to connect it to the policy decisions that you're making. We need to be as consistent as possible within there. So I would encourage you to ask questions of CDD on that one.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And then just to confirm, when we're rezoning, we have no ability to condition the proposed development that would occur, potentially that is proposed to occur under the new zoning district based on our rezone. So if someone was like, we want to do housing here and we change it to light commercial, there's nothing from them just building a hotel or any of the other different uses that would be allowed under light commercial.
Right. So the conditions, the modifications that you can make are really, they're not going to be, you can only build low income housing, or you can only do this, or you can only do that. They're going to be focused on public safety, welfare, health and safety issues. Do you want to ensure that there are crosswalks? Do you want to ensure that there are traffic lights? Do you want to ensure that the sidewalks are big enough for what is being proposed? They're much more public safety, health and welfare based versus, this type of awning needs to be put on the house type thing.
Good.
And even less so than like the type of awning, we can't even say, oh, you have to build housing there. You could build anything that is allowed within
That's
that
right.
zoning district. Thank you.
That's right. You're just changing the zoning. Yep.
Everybody have any more questions? Ms. Atkinson, are you good? Oh, sorry, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Does light commercial exclude you from just building residential housing?
I'm looking to help.
You can build housing in light commercial. The density is slightly more than D18, which I believe is what it's currently zoned.
Go ahead, Ms. No.
Sorry, I'm speaking to the second piece.
Yeah. Mr. Brooks, do you have another one?
It was more so like, does it prevent you from like building a few residential houses instead of something that has over D18 capacity if it was light commercial?
Go ahead, Madam.
I'd love to invite the CDD director up here who actually knows what she's talking about versus me answering these.
Madam Mayor, not a point of order, but just so I understand, can you repeat again how we're
Yeah, so we should
going
be
through
asking,
this
we should be asking
topic?
questions on process probably. So are we strayed from process and going into the meat of the matter?
I think you may be straying from process.
Okay, Ms. Lawhorn, we'll have you quickly answer that question and then we'll kick you out of there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And since it applies to both, maybe consider it part of the process then. So, or could the idea, light commercial would allow both housing and other uses. And so you could have any combination. You could put one single family home, you could put many, you could put none. It would allow whatever the applicant wants to put there. That would be allowed under light commercial.
All right. So no more questions on that. We'll stick with process. And with that, we're going to go to you, Mr. Smith, because he has a motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to suspend the rules to allow the applicant a total of 10 minutes of public testimony. As this is a quasi judicial process, I'm not asking to suspend the rules to allow questions and answered by the assembly. It simply allows the applicants additional time to explain why they are requesting the rezone. I move and ask for unanimous consent.
Any questions on that? So basically, if under public hearing, they only get 2 minutes. So he's asking us to give them a 10-minute window. Any objection, Ms. Hughes-Gandy?
Objecting, just for clarity, we will not be doing question and answer with the applicant. Is that correct?
I'm looking to the attorney, but that is correct at this time.
The motion was not to include Q&A.
Okay, great. Thank you. No objection.
Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. I guess this question would only be relevant if there are other people signed up to testify, but if a non-applicant were to sign up to testify, would we be asking them questions, or is this rule about not asking questions just apply to the applicants?
Well, since we have no other public testimony except for the people that are the applicants, no. Ms. Wall?
Thank you. Just curious why we wouldn't want, why, to the maker of the motion, why no questions for the applicant?
Thank you, Ms. Wall. When we asked for a motion, this was the one presented to me by the city attorney. I am curious though, does asking questions back and forth, does that create any issues with it with our quasi judicial role?
Thank you. It does not. You have to, if you want to suspend the time frame for the applicants and make it 10 minutes, you do a motion to suspend the rules. If you want to allow back and forth Q&A more than you would in public testimony, right? So normally you just are able to ask a clarifying question. It's very short. If you want to have that engagement, you just suspend the rules on both things, and then you can have that engagement. I don't think it puts you at a legal risk to do that.
Ms. Wall?
For a clarifying question, again, I'm fine with just the regular way that we ask the public testimony questions. That would still be allowed if we were to move to this motion, as we can ask them as many questions as we want at the end of their testimony.
Madam Attorney?
Thank you. I believe the motion was simply to give 10 minutes. It doesn't change the underlying rules of public participation.
Do you want to state your motion again, just so we're all clear?
Maybe I'll just move to suspend the rules to allow the applicants a total of 10 minutes of public testimony. And then the other rules of public testimony will continue, such as being able to ask clarifying questions.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any objection? Seeing none, Ms. Atkinson, seeing none from you, that is so approved. So we will bring up, we have Mr. Larson, Mr. Donart, and Ms. Larson. And we only have a couple mics, so you can either take turns or all sit together, and we'll let you know when your time starts.
We're going to take turns. My name is Jeff Larson.
I didn't say start yet. I said, we'll let you know when your time starts. I'm making sure the, different for us, so I'm making sure the clerk is ready with her 10 minutes. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Larson. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record in total of 10 minutes.
My name is Jeff Larson. I live on Thane Road. And I appreciate the time and the consideration and the logistical hurdles we all have to face in making sure we adhere to the law. I have attached a map for you all. in your packet at the beginning of the meeting. Basically, I want to just kind of identify certain elements. The map itself is from the zoning matrix of the Lemon Creek area. I've filled in some of my notations. And so just to give you a kind of an orientation, if you look on the right-hand side of the map, you'll see Costco and Home Depot printed out with the two big red dots. And then right below is the HDK Lot 2 and the SSG 4 subdivision, Track B. So basically, that little outlined area is the combined two parcels. What we've done is took the area here, and it shows the surrounding properties. If you look up in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see a little key that shows that the industrial area is gray. The rural reserve is green, and rural reserve is CBJ-owned property. And it could have zoning changes coming down the pike based upon needs. You also have GC, which is general commercial. And you have the various D ratings, and that's the density of residential housing. So a D5 is 5 houses per acre. A D18 is 18 per acre of residential units. Basically, the Lemon Creek Flats is that central area of the industrially zoned area. If you look at the development of this area, there's really only a few that really require industrial use. And that's on the northern borders, and that's demarked by black dots. The little red dots that I've inserted are really those occupants of those lots that could be there if it was zoned general commercial. So if you look at the overall map, you'll see that really a lot of that use is already in that commercial space. The other thing to note is the entire industrial area is surrounded by general commercial, rural housing, or rural reserve. And if you look at the location of that those lots across from Home Depot and Costco, you'll notice that it's also on the periphery. So if you think about the periphery use around that industrial area, we're pretty much adhering to that if we do commercially zone that property. We're not all of a sudden putting something smack dab in the middle. It is on the periphery, much like the existing property use. The one thing that I've done is looked at the zoning of light commercial and general commercial. And this is a question and a request that we would have for you, is to actually consider this to be maybe not just light commercial, maybe it should be zoned general commercial. And why do I say that? It does change the fact that in general commercial, you can use the property both for light manufacturing and medium manufacturing, and light commercial doesn't allow that. The other attribute is there's some advantages as far as the density of housing or multifamily use. I think that's a side comment. We would love to see it be general.
Just so you know, you have 6 minutes left.
Oh boy. Okay. Thank you. So the thing that I would say probably is yes, if there's a change in the industrial use of the property, does it change how this property will be developed? And you think about the fact that yes, industrial can allow explosive storage, ammunition storage. It can also allow a rock crusher. I would ask, does it make sense to put that type of thing across from Home Depot and Costco? Is it really kind of the trajectory of our operation to sit there and think about maybe that use is a little bit more aligned with a commercial use? I don't know. I would say there are other attributes. There was a Lemon Creek area plan that was discussed and approved by the Assembly in 2017. And they even identified the fact that there was some industrial land that should be changed to general commercial. So I don't think it's out of the line of maybe the trajectory of the thought process with the community development. Turn it over.
Thank you. How much time do they have left? Madam Clerk, how much time do they have left? There you go.
Thank you. Good evening. Thanks for having the opportunity to address this assembly meeting. My name is Charles Donart, Back Loop Road. I'm the applicant for the rezoning from industrial. To begin with, let's look at any number of currently existing businesses within the Lemon Flats industrial zoned area that you're seeing on the map between Anka Street and Jenkins Drive. Did they all basically take advantage of industrial zoning to build their operations there? Someone might say, wait a minute, virtually none of those businesses, save 3, specifically needed industrial zoning for their operation. Those parcels could have been zoned something different, such as general commercial for the specific use case of their parcel. Each year, the Juneau Assembly publishes its list of annual goals. At least from 2023 through 2025, the first goal listed on the Assembly's goals addresses housing with the goal to, quote, assure adequate and affordable housing for all CBJ residents. The Assembly wants to reduce barriers to housing development and advance the goals of the Housing Action Plan from 2016. Juneau's Housing Action Plan recommends the creation of newly constructed units for young families, workers, and seniors. Our proposed development is for 114 to 120 units of studio and 1-bedroom apartments. This development supports those housing goals stated by the Juneau Assembly. And what you don't have in your packet is the rendering, the architect renderings of what this proposal looks like, the site plan and all of that sort of thing, which would be very helpful. And it might address Mr. Smith's concern about whether somebody would just go in and just put like residential housing versus the more high density housing. The Lemon Creek Area Plan, adopted in 2018, states that the borough suffers from a shortage of housing supply. The Juneau Economic Development Plan from 2015 was a 10-year economic development plan stating in Juneau, housing is regarded as a constraint on economic growth. In the Lemon Creek Area Plan, it states, quote, the Lemon Creek area is unique in that it provides many affordable and special needs housing opportunities. The focus moving forward should be on workforce housing. Juneau's 2013 Comprehensive Plan section on housing recommends policies that encourage adequate housing for all Juneau residents.
2 minutes left.
I have recently held conversations with the U.S. Coast Guard regarding our proposed development and the possible suitability of the development for the Coast Guard's planned need to acquire satisfactory housing in Juneau to fulfill the needs of the Guard as stated in their request for information. I will be providing additional information on the configuration options of our project to the Coast Guard with specific reference to their request for additional details. That's really all I have to say, and we could certainly entertain any questions.
You have 1.5 minutes.
Great. Marcy Larson, thank you very much for letting us speak. I was designated sweeper because we didn't know how much time we get. So if we missed something, I could add it in. I just wanted to say, I've been working in that area for 40 years. I've watched that area grow and develop. It started out industrial. It did. It didn't develop that way at all. And if you look at that map, you can just see that. And all we're asking is for this parcel or these pieces to fit in with the neighborhood. Just do more of what we're doing right there. It seems like it's working to develop. We've had that property for sale now for 10 years. We've never had someone come to us and want to do anything industrial with it. We have had a lot of people come to us and say, gosh, this is a great property for putting housing on. It's flat, it's accessible, it has roads, it has a lot of things you need, but we can't do it. It's industrial. Can't build housing on industrial. All we're asking is let this property fit into the neighborhood. Thank you.
20 seconds left. You guys done? Yeah. Thank you. So, okay, Assembly, clarifying questions only. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. My question is that the mayor and myself have offered potential amendments to this rezoning. Have you had the chance to review them, and would you consider them?
Those are not, that is not a clarifying question.
Okay.
That's a question to them. You have to look at what they said and any clarifying questions to understand. Unless we want to suspend the rules and change what we're doing here. Ms. Wall's giving me funny looks, so
I guess I have never heard that used in our public testimony. We kind of ask whatever questions we want of our people. Maybe I've been wrong about that the whole time, but I've certainly asked people what they think of amendments.
Ms. Wall, I often ask, are there any clarifying questions? I'm looking at the attorney, Madam Attorney. Do we need to suspend our rules again, or can we ask questions? Sorry.
If they're not clarifying questions based on what the applicants have presented, then you do have to suspend the rules per your own rules of procedure.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we suspend the rules to ask whatever questions we'd like.
Any objection? Seeing none? Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I'll start from the beginning with my question. I was starting to ask if you had the chance to review the amendments that are being proposed by myself and the mayor, and if either of these amendments would be a burden to the developments that you are considering in that area.
Who wants to tackle that one? Mr. Larson?
We have, okay, we have looked at them. And I'd say one thing that would clarify this is also, this is not a carte blanche. We would still have to go before the planning commission. We would still have to comply with a larger project. So there'd be plenty of opportunity for additional requirements to be added. These are totally legitimate and for the benefit of the community. And I think that's the highest and best use of the property is what we're aspiring to. And these are.
Okay, you're just answering the question, Mr. Larson. Don't go off the script. Mr. Smith and then Mr. Brooks.
Thank you. I had a
Yeah.
clarifying question. Mr. Larson, you mentioned the light commercial versus general commercial. As I was reading through this and thinking about the area, looking at the map, seeing in this area, no light commercial at all. I guess a question, why did you not go for general commercial and why did you go for light commercial instead?
It's a simple reason. Probably 4 years ago, I had a pre-app meeting with CDD about rezoning these two properties from industrial to general commercial. And at that time, it went, it was a total non-starter. There was no interest in pursuing it even, and I was encouraged to just drop it right there. And so after a couple of years went by and we got to talking, Jeff and I, about perhaps if we go with light commercial, planning has more authority and power over what you build in light commercial and, veto power, that sort of thing. And we thought, well, that might make some sense. But upon further investigation, and as Jeff has brought out, there is no LC here, it's only GC. But I'll just mention one thing about my conversation with the Coast Guard. I didn't get any indication from them other than the fact that they thought it was interesting and it could be suitable. They're interested in more density. And so GC gives you 40 units per acre versus LC, which is 30. And so that is one of the main reasons of thinking that if we're going to be able to get it rezoned to a commercial, it would be more suitable to be general commercial. I think that's probably why we landed on that. And
Sorry, you meant light commercial, correct? You just said general commercial.
yeah, I'm sorry. We went light commercial originally, but in thinking about it, as I just went through that whole stuff, general commercial makes more sense. I was also advised by the deputy city manager that if we were to sort of want to request the assembly to go general commercial, since our original application was for light commercial, that we would have to start all over again. And so that's why we thought, well, let's just present it tonight, just as it is. If it needs to, if it could go as light commercial without us having to redo everything and go to general commercial, then that would be certainly, an attractive outcome. And then we could go back to the planning commission perhaps and try to see if we could go to general commercial from there.
All right. I have Mr. Brooks and then Ms. Hughes-Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just curious if you know how close to that industrial zone the apartment buildings behind the brewery, between the storage units and Odom are on this map, and what the capacity of those are, just by chance?
Okay, thank you. So from Director Lawhorn, she stated she doesn't think those apartments are assisted living, which is a different use. Mr. Brooks, so that would probably be a question more directed to when we bring Ms. Lawhorn back up rather than the applicants.
So on Jenkins Drive, there are apartments. And then on Anka, there are, which you would probably term maybe different than just individual apartment living. So there's quite a spectrum of type of occupied units in that area.
Yeah, but we'll clarify that with
Yeah.
Director Lawhorn there. Okay, next I had Ms. Hughes-Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Smith already asked my question
All
about
right,
GC.
any further questions for the applicants? Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Larson, you mentioned that people had reached out and asking about housing and other uses for that property. Did people reach out about other non-housing related ideas or things they wanted to develop there?
Ms. Larson?
Yes, thank you. There were a few, but I can only think of one that I think of, but that also was not allowed with industrial. It was not compatible with industrial. That was basically a big food truck park.
Okay, anything further for the applicants? Going once, going twice. Thank you for your testimony tonight. And I think we'll bring up Director Lawhorn at this time to ask her some questions. Okay, Mr. Brooks, why don't you ask Ms. Lawhorn your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Lawhorn. In the ordinance language at the end, it says that it was initially shot down because it's not complementary to noisy, noxious, odorous uses found in the industrial zone. Is that okay for home hospice, but not residential arrangements?
Director
You-
Lawhorn?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure I would give an opinion on whether or not it's appropriate, but that's what the code allows. And so that's, certain housing types are allowed in various zoning districts. Typically, they fall under the definition of assisted living, which can be quite broad. And so, for instance, we have Housing First. We also have in other areas where what the land use code calls transitional housing, which means those coming out of incarceration for that type. And so there are different types of housing that you may see that may look like apartments, but they are classified land use wise as something different.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. If they're on Jenkins, anyway, I know this is like, can you remember exactly what properties in each zoning type, but if it's on the south side of Jenkins, that's in general commercial, which anyway, that may be why they were allowed there as opposed to in the industrial. I get they're on the edge between, but.
All right. Any further questions for Ms. Director Lawhorn? Ms. Wall?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, there's policy, there's process here, all my favorite things. Can you talk to me a little bit about kind of in your experience and opinion, like what, you know, if we were to rezone this as light commercial, what that would mean in terms of precedent setting? Like what does that do in this neighborhood or elsewhere in the future in your experience?
Director Lawhorn?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the question. I think first off, Attorney Wright spoke to it earlier about the spot zoning, so I won't touch on that. I think the other thing to keep in mind is that under the code, in order to rezone a property, it either has to be a minimum of 2 acres on its own, or you can be expanding an existing zoning district. So if these 2 lots were rezoned to light commercial, then the next lot, even if it's under 2 acres, could come in for light commercial, and then the next, and the next, and the next. I think it would be difficult to approve some and deny others in this situation. If it were to happen that way, I don't know what the differences would really be to approve or deny. And then, if I may, I think the other situation we're facing here is that we're just a little too ahead of ourselves, I think. So for a long time, the Assembly's goal, one of the goals has been to preserve industrial land. And for a long time, that was way up there. I feel like when I first came here about 10 years ago, housing less so. And then it sort of balanced out, and now it feels like housing is tipping even more, right? And so I can see that and I get it, and I can appreciate why the Larsons and Mr. Donar are interested in this. You go other places and you'll see an industrial zone, often with breweries and food trucks, and you'll see all those heavy uses, and they work well now when you have more housing moving in, because like us, other cities are trying to find housing and they're trying to fit it in. When I go to those cities, though, I look at those areas, I enjoy them, I enjoy walking around them. They usually have great food and some entertainment and this and that going on, and often dog care places and grooming and you name it. But it works because I guarantee you that they probably have standards, they have regulations, and they have enforcement. And those are many things that we don't have yet with this ordinance, if it were to go forward tonight. And so while I think that housing could work with industrial, if that is a direction the Assembly wants to go moving forward, I don't necessarily think that they conflict with each other, but I do think they would conflict under today's code with the tools that we have, and that it wouldn't be as successful if we took a little bit of time and tried to do it thoughtfully. And I do think it would be worthwhile to bring other property owners into the conversation too, because if it happens here in industrial, under the comp plan land use map of light industrial, there are other areas also in the borough that could come in looking to do the same things with the same argument that aren't only in Lemon Creek. And so to go back to your precedent setting, I think that if another property owner, say Sherwood Lane area, for instance, it's the only other really heavy industrial that comes to mind. If they came in, if they presented a similar argument or a similar development proposal, you know, I think the Assembly would have to think, what would you do if it was somewhere outside of Lemon Creek? Another point, if I may just touch on it, I know it was mentioned that these lots are at the back, and they're in the back, right? And it sounds good in a way, except how do those people then, where are they driving? Where are they walking? We have a sidewalk on one side of the street. I think Mr. Kelly had mentioned that during the snowstorm, sidewalks were covered. Reasonably so. We had 5 feet of snow in a very short period. But what do we do now if we have a large housing unit out there? Now is the expectation that Streets has sidewalks now to plow out there and to maintain so that people can safely move through the area and get to transit. Because again, I come back to Lemon Creek is more affordable. It's flat. We have the amenities, we have transit, but we are missing those tools to make all of these uses work well and work successfully together, in my opinion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any further questions? Mr. Smith? Mr. Brooks, was that a hand up? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Lawhorn, has there been an assessment or, and you might not be the right person for this, might be Lands Manager Blythe or something, that has shown which of these two zoning districts or these zoning types, industrial and light commercial, Juneau is in more need of?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I don't believe so. The last time I recall this coming up for discussion between industrial and housing and the need to preserve the industrial, actually, sorry, might not have even just had housing involved at that time, but it was about preserving industrial land. And I had brought that to lands maybe, I want to say 4 years ago, but knowing time, it could have been longer than that. But even at that, so it might have been closer even to the pandemic, but at that time, it was still a strong feeling that industrial land should be preserved.
Okay, Mr. Brooks?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're talking about precedents as being set already, and, for about 7 or 8 years, I lived on a residential lot on Del Rey that's zoned light commercial in a residential neighborhood with a bunch of other houses around and everything. And the capability is always there for them to knock down the house and put up a 30-unit apartment building right in the middle of a residential neighborhood if they want to, because that's how it's zoned. And that's a precedence that's already taking place. But also with the comprehensive plan, didn't we just allocate hundreds of thousands for it to be updated because we're not historically meeting those guidelines and deadlines that were set forth in the past?
Director Lawhorn?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I may ask for a little clarifying there, Mr. Brooks. The reason the comp plan is being updated is just simply because it's past due, frankly. The last real update was prior to 2013, and so it's timely. Less so, I'm not sure if I caught your whole question or your intent there.
Mr. Brooks?
Thank you. Did we accomplish the goals that were put out in the original comprehensive plan back in 2012 or 2013?
Oh, I see. Through you, Madam Mayor. So the comprehensive plan here, I think the first was adopted even way back, I think early 80s, if not prior to that, and depending on the two cities. I wouldn't say that, no, we haven't accomplished everything in it. They are aspirational plans and they're guides. Yeah. I think that answers your question.
Mr. Steininger?
Thank you. And I'm thinking about the preservation of industrial zoning. Should we do this rezone and housing units are built there, and then a adjacent property owner here come forward with a project to be permitted to do something that fits more into that noxious industrial use? How would the existence and proximity of that apartment building be considered in the conditional use permit that they may, or whatever permit they may have to go after?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I'm not certain, and I may have a question for the attorney because, and I may be making your question too complicated, Mr. Steininger. I do think that once you bring housing into any commercial or industrial area, that there's going to likely be some conflicts. I think that can be anticipated, which is why I come back to making sure we have standards and regulations and enforcement so that you protect both sides, the people living there, but also the businesses. And those businesses have been there for a long time. I know, for instance, on Sherwood Lane, we get a lot of pushback about the fire training center, for instance, and the impacts that that has, even to engineers cut off in that way, not even those just on Sherwood Lane. I do think that, when it comes to a public hearing, if there were a public hearing, that you may hear from those living in the housing units at that time, if a truly noxious use like an asphalt plant or something, or an incinerator comes to mind, or rock crusher or something, anything, car crusher out there that we would want. That's the place for it. I would anticipate those questions, and I would also just flag that I do believe under the newly adopted or recently adopted changes to Title 49, that a housing development here may not need a conditional use permit. It may just be director approval. So it would just, I think, yeah, it would depend on what's proposed, but it may not need a conditional use permit anymore. So you may keep that in mind too, that may be part of the process.
So I'll ask Mr. Steininger's question a little bit differently. If we did put an asphalt plant there and people in the residential area complained about it, would that change the planning commission's decision on putting the asphalt plant there?
Through you,
Or a
Madam.
transfer station?
Through you, Madam Mayor, you can't predict the future, but going off the past, I think there's a fair chance that you would receive opposition. And I think anytime a permit receives a lot of opposition, then there's a chance it wouldn't get approved.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly and then Ms. Uscandies.
Thank you. You had mentioned that one of the reasons why commingling different uses works in other cities is because they have regulations that they can fall back on and standards. I imagine that this ordinance might not be the right place to establish those standards. We'd probably want something a little more bit more of a defined and holistic process. Would the redefining of the comprehensive plan or some other vehicle be appropriate in your mind if we did want to come back and revisit these regulations and standards that might allow for something like this?
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Lauren.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I think the most appropriate place for those standards and the regulations would be in Title 49 and Living Code as part of the land use code regulations. And to date anyway, some time ago, I can't honestly remember, I think it was the 90s maybe, we did have a design review board here. And that was more about architecture and historic architecture and that type of design. So just to be clear, when I say design standards, I mean more of, will you put in pedestrian scale lighting? Will you put in pedestrian walkways, separated paths, parking in the back, or, other things to just make it safer for all the different uses to commingle, as you said. But the land use code is where it would likely have to live. And then enforcement as well would be in that, in the code too.
Thank you, Ms. Uscandies, and then Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Director Laharn, for digging into this. You mentioned the scenario where you're expanding the zoning or it triggers a condition, and then unless you're coming into something that's next to you, and then it could be that's next to you and next to you, et cetera, where you're triggering a chain reaction. Directionally, I'm looking at this map and thinking of all the different ways things are zoned. In that example that you gave, is that you have to be in the general neighborhood, or do you have to be directly bordering on the plat?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So if you're under 2 acres, you would have to be directly adjacent to the property that you want to be the same zoning as.
Okay. So directly touching this
Yeah.
one. Okay, thanks.
Further questions? Mr. Smith and then Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This probably would have been a good clarifying question for Mr. Larson, but did the Lemon Creek plan specifically, did it say with any specificity certain areas that should be rezoned from industrial to another zoning district?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. It did not identify specific properties, no, and I would just add too that the plan itself speaks about the entire Lemon Creek area. And so it isn't, expand that to what it is. And it's not that there was still talk of preserving industrial land. That's a goal in there as well. And so it took into account, the neighborhoods across Lemon Creek, the creek itself, and it goes down towards Western Ottawa ways too. So it's a larger area, and so not everything in that plan will apply to every section of Lemon Creek.
Okay, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I don't know if this is a question for you, the manager, or the mayor, but the applicant had mentioned that the Coast Guard is requesting more details on their plan. Or is the Coast Guard requesting more details from anything we've proposed to them?
I'll go to the city manager, but we're working with them all the time, just so you know. But Madam Attorney.
Madam Manager, don't.
Madam Manager, sorry.
Robert's the one who wants to manage it. Thank you for that question. So we are, as Mayor Weldon stated, in lots of communication with the Coast Guard. But to be clear, we are not proposing any development of CBJ land. What we have done is offer our property as land that private developers can use when they submit their proposals for development. And we have been in contact with different developers, asking questions about that. But we are not intending to submit any response to that RFI.
Anything further? Ms. Atkinson, you've been awfully quiet.
Yes, Madam Mayor, apologies. I'm in a dark room with a migraine right now.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So we won't bother you anymore. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was frantically scrolling through the planning commission documents and things. Was there protest, or I guess people, I'm grasping at the word, were there people that were opposed to this rezoning in the neighborhood that, during the planning commission process? And
Director Lawhorn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, Mr. Smith, I don't believe so.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The just, the specific things that would be, obnoxious to a residential development being the noise and odors. I mean, we have the landfill in the area, and that from DZ all the way to Western Auto, you're going to get the smells at one point or another. There's already an odor issue that everyone, no matter what the zoning is facing, has to deal with in that area. Likewise with the prison and the training grounds for the officers, at multiple times throughout the day, you'll hear a bunch of machine guns going off and bullets rippling around, and that's heard throughout all those residential areas too. So back to the president's thing, we have dense areas of living within this that are just more specifically classified between the transitional housing, even the prison, the hospice and home care. I mean, they could be in different zoned areas, but they're all still in the general area, all still generally subject to more wider things that would be considered not complementary to any kind of residential area. So is there anything special or specific that makes those types of non-complementary things more exorbitant in these specific areas?
Director Lawhorn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'll take this a couple different ways, maybe, Mr. Brooks. So first, generally speaking anyway, I'm sure there's some non-conformings and things like that out there, but generally speaking, the Assembly has adopted zoning, And then those uses are allowed to be permitted if they are conditioned or approved. And so that's how you've seen sort of the makeup of the zoning out there, because that's what the assembly has adopted over the years. One of the reasons that I think this is important for this land anyway, under the current situation, I still come back to, while others may deal with the smells of the landfill, they're not right there on top of it. They're not walking by it. They're not having to drive by it. Children aren't having to catch the school bus by it. And so those are the other things to keep in mind in the industrial. It's the impacts both ways too. So the other thought, sorry, that I had, I was trying to go through the list there, is back to the Coast Guard and housing. I do want to reiterate that if the assembly adopts the zone change, there is no guarantee that it will be housing there. It can be anything that is permissible in light commercial. And so I would just, but I would still go back to the conflicting uses under the current code with the current enforcement tools that we have, which are very little, to be honest. We can't write fines for those uses in the land use code. So if people are not complying, then we ask them to comply. And then we ask them again, and usually we ask them again. And then at that point, we decide, is this life and safety or not? And if it's an or not, then because our choice is to go through the courts. And so usually, we have to weigh it at that point. So I just want the assembly to be aware, if you do adopt this without the other tools to assist it, just that's the reality. And we have seen this play out in other places. So as we allowed Sherwood Lane to be developed with more condos and housing, we have received more complaints about the fire training center, and it's used less and less. And so there may be other reasons as well. I know it's not the only reason, but a lot of the reasons that it kicked up was the complaints of the neighbors in the area.
Thank you. Ms. Wall and then Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This question is actually for you, Madam Mayor. I'm likely going to have questions on the amendments for Ms. Lawhorn. Would you like me to ask those now or wait till we are tackling those?
Let's wait till we're tackling those. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Might be for the attorney. The ordinance before us says, a rezone to light commercial. Does the assembly have the power to change that to say general commercial?
Thank you for the question. Not without reintroducing and going back through the process. It is in the title. We would have to start over, reintroduce, have a new public hearing.
Do you have a follow-up to that question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Since this process started in the Planning Commission, would it just start with us reintroducing, or would it have to go restart all the way back at the Planning Commission?
Through the chair, it would just be with the assembly. The request for the ordinance came after, the request for the ordinance is coming from the people protesting. And so we wrote that, actually CTD did a great job drafting that. And they wrote that in response to the protest. So it's just the assembly process.
Thank you. Ms. Hall.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Do the applicants want it to be general commercial? So do they, are they okay going back through the process?
They kind of spoke to that and they debated that one.
Right, through the chair, I heard them as well. The ordinance is what the protest was presented as, and so that's what's before you today.
Yep. I see lots of thoughtful faces. So Mr. Brooks, will go to you and then let's take a break and let people think on this a little.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just for clarification, if we did approve this tonight and it went to like commercial, if they wanted to then change it to general commercial, they'll restart the whole process and then we'll end back up in a discussion like this if it doesn't get passed through the Planning Commission.
Madam Attorney.
That is correct. If the planning commission didn't move it to general commercial, they could then protest and come have the same conversation here.
All right, is everybody good taking a break right now? Think on this. So how much time do we need? 5, 10? 10 minutes. we'll bring us back to order. Anybody come up with any more questions on our break that you're dying to ask? Okay. Anything the staff needs to add? Good, good. So with that, we will move to the assembly and we will just go down the list. Mr. Brooks, will you move this ordinance, please?
I move that we approve ordinance 2026-05 for the rezone and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. It's always good to dream. Any objections?
I'll object for the purposes of making an amendment.
Go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
I move amendment 1. It would amend section 2 by adding the following text after from industrial to light commercial. So I guess I'll read the whole thing. So section 2, first paragraph would read, amendment to official zoning map. The official zoning map of the city and borough adopted pursuant to CBJ C 4225-110 is amended to change the zoning of HDK LT2A and SSG IV TRB located at 5200 and 5220 Commercial Boulevard respectively from industrial to light commercial when the following condition is satisfied. The applicant will include plans to ensure pedestrian safety as a part of residential development on the subject parcel. And I asked for unanimous consent. I'd be willing to speak if needed.
Any objection? I'm seeing an objection, so go ahead and speak.
Thank you. I thought that this rezone, I guess speaking in favor, I feel mostly in favor of this rezone. I did listen to the Planning Commission's deliberations, and one issue that was brought up was managing traffic. Specifically, a commissioner was interested in a traffic study. I think that this location would be ideal for several reasons, but at the moment there is nothing like a crosswalk there. Ms. Lawhorn mentioned sidewalks on both sides. I think that perhaps with making a few changes to accommodate the safety of any future residents, if that is the use that the owner ends up going with, might make this safe and possible, and maybe give the Planning Commission some leeway in setting certain safety conditions on this development.
All right, I saw Ms. Hall and then Ms. Wall and then Ms. Scannies.
Yeah, and I object to the amendment for the following reasons. Housing is already expensive enough to build, so putting additional burdens on the developer, I think is not in our best interest. You know, if these were 2-3 bedroom apartments and likely be kids running around the neighborhood, that is what's being proposed is studios and single bedroom. And, I live in a neighborhood that doesn't have any sidewalks and have had kids ripping around the neighborhood on bikes and getting on the school bus. And so, I just don't think this additional burden is warranted. So I'll object to the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Mayor Weldon. I have a few questions. I think maybe I'll start with Director Lawhorn. This feels to me like something that comes later in the process. We're talking about rezoning. This is already kind of assuming what this development's going to be, and can you talk to me about like if there's rezoning went through, would this issue be cared for at a later date, depending on, in what situation would it or would it not?
Director Lahorn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So again, if it's rezoned, it can come in as any development, any use that they would like. If it's housing, and it meets the density, it won't require a conditional use permit. It would be director approval. And so I don't know, other than there is sidewalk on one side of the street already. I don't know how you would, I think it was ensure pedestrian safety. Do I have
Yeah.
that correct? Thank you.
Yes, that is correct.
The ensure gives me great pause, frankly. I'm not sure how you would necessarily do that without other standards to rely back on, if code stays as it is today. I don't know that there would be much more to add out there under the current code that would give me that ability to really have any more teeth to have more than just the sidewalk really that is out there. It would be, I think we would be hard pressed unless the developer is willing to work with us. I think we would be hard pressed to say, you must put in a crosswalk here. That might be easy, but maybe not wanting to do a separated path. And I understand that different uses can work and that certainly people grow up without sidewalks on both sides and things like that. But this is also an area of a lot of trucking, whether it's trucking to Costco, trucking to Home Depot, you name it, it's coming and going. And so that ensure pedestrian safety just gives me pause. I'm not sure how we would ensure that.
Ms. Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to object to the amendment, or I am going to object to the amendment. Primarily because to me, this is tied to, this is development language. I think it's so important that we're clear-eyed whenever we deal with these rezones when it rises to our level and gets out of the planning commission, because we are talking about the zone, the new zone that we're switching to and all the things that come with it and all the conditions. And we have no other say beyond that. This reminds me of a different one that we did in the past out North Douglas, where we were trying to control what would happen afterwards and we wanted to hold on to it. And that was about traffic. And really, I think we just have to be clear-eyed and make the decision. Are you okay with going from this zone to this zone and all that entails, all the good, all the bad? And so we can't, condition that. I think we have to decide on the facts that we have here tonight and what we know here tonight. So I'm going to object to this amendment.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the maker or possibly Director Lahorn, I guess I would see this applying to the parcel. I mean, it says on the subject parcel, so it would be ensuring pedestrian safety there. I guess, did you have a sense that it would be able to be applied elsewhere? Like, I'm not concerned about them walking on their parcel. I'm concerned about them crossing over to Costco to get their, to get to the sidewalk on the other side. I'm concerned about them going off-site, but I would doubt that we would have the ability, or that we would put that condition on the owners of the parcel to be able to do those other improvements on, to ensure the pedestrian safety, where I'm more concerned about pedestrian safety.
So I think like building a crosswalk is not something that the applicant would be able to do independently anyway. The language of my amendment says will include plans to ensure safety. It doesn't say that they themselves will be responsible for that safety. So maybe it's a matter of working with the city to install a crosswalk. Maybe it's a matter of working with the city to have to have sidewalks adjoining the parcel. And maybe it's a matter of the city saying, well, like, none of these things have been met. And you clearly are putting in a permit here for a residential area, and this is not going to be for any of the other 36 uses for light commercial. So we deny it because these conditions aren't satisfied. So it's my effort here to require that these conditions are met, that there is some safety measures in place before the planning commission approves a permit to build a residential area in that property.
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is also for the maker of the motion, and it does impact my vote. Mr. Kelly, you do not need to tell me the answer to this question, but if this does not pass, would you still be supportive of the ordinance?
Thank you, Ms. Wool. I am leaning against supporting the ordinance. If this amendment doesn't pass, I haven't reached a final decision yet.
Mr. Steininger.
Thank you. And I think Ms. Lawson, you already answered this, but I just want to kind of confirm more pointedly. Without this amendment, there would be kind of nothing else within your control to require consideration of pedestrian safety with a couple hundred unit apartment or, whatever it is, residential units that they're planning on putting in there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the question. So I do want to repeat that if this proposal meets density that's allowed in the zoning district, then it will not need a planning commission permit. It will be director approval only. It's because you're building to the density now, so you no longer need a conditional use permit for that. And so then if a development were to come in, we would send it out for agency review. So it would go to general engineering, it would go to streets, it would go to engineering. I don't think DOT has anything out there, but if it did, it would go to them as well. And so I would expect feedback from those other divisions and comments. And maybe it is that a crosswalk could help. I don't know that we would look at necessarily putting in another sidewalk, especially at the city's expense. And then there's the maintaining of that through the winter and then through the years. But we would certainly look at any issues of concerns that the other divisions would flag for us, just as we would do with any development that comes through.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. This question is for the attorney. Have we ever conditioned like this before?
Thank you for the question. So Ms. Hughes Candy's actually referenced the one that we did before. So I took the language from the recommended language for your amendment. It was very similar to what the assembly did in North Douglas. So it actually conditions the rezone on something happening to protect public safety. The North Douglas rezone was not allowed. The rezone was not allowed to take place unless there was infrastructure improvements to allow protection of public safety along North Douglas Highway. So I took the exact same language for your amendment. So the zoning change would not take place unless the applicant included plans to ensure pedestrian safety as part of their residential development. It doesn't ensure that there's a residential development, but if there is, they have to have plans to ensure pedestrian safety before that rezone will even take place. So yes, we have done it before.
Thank you. I'm gonna chime in so I get a turn. So I'll actually speak in favor of the ordinance. This is our only touch we're gonna have on this, sounds like from Director Lawhorn. So I appreciate your example, Ms. Hall, but you aren't in a commercial area that has trucks driving all over, and even the owner of the land with his brewery trucks are driving trucks around there. So I think what we can do, whatever we can do to have pedestrian safety there would be a good addition to this rezoning. So that, Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will speak in opposition to this amendment for some of the, or a few of the reasons that Assemblymember Hall mentioned. We're adding more conditions, including, I think, that this has to be a residential development to move to light commercial, which I'm not sure is appropriate for us to do. I agree with Ms. Candice that we have seen this play out before. It hasn't gone well. And I think the other thing for me is, I read carefully all the work that the Planning Commission and the Development Department did to prepare for this. And they did a good job talking about what the pros and the cons are of this change. And pedestrian safety was not part of the reason that the Planning Commission nor CDD made the decision that they did. There were a bunch of other things that we're going to talk about. But this to me doesn't change, the reasoning for why those groups, as they considered the difference between these two zoning districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll just say that I think I spoke quickly to the mechanism, and it really has to do with process and why I don't think this is an appropriate amendment for this rezone. I think there's a lot more we could talk about, whether this rezone is a good idea or not, whether we should get involved or not. But by doing this amendment first, this is super powerful, because if this amendment passes, it will almost make the rest of those conversations moot. Because if you are in favor, if you have been compelled by the facts of what we heard tonight, either from the applicant or from a clarifying question to Director Lawhorn, if any of that is making you think that there is a reasonable argument for approving this go to light commercial, and then you condition it to something like this that is so vague and hard to define and hard for the applicant to act on, then it doesn't matter if we support it as amended and it passes tonight. So I would just urge people to vote no, because especially if you're thinking about approving the light commercial.
Thank you. We have an amendment and we have objection. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For Mr. Kelly's amendment to ordinance 2026-05 to include the language of when the following condition is satisfied, the applicant will include plans to ensure pedestrian safety as part of residential development on the subject parcel. Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
No.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
No.
Ms. Wall.
No.
Ms. Adkisson.
No.
Mr. Steininger.
Yes.
Mr. Brooks.
No.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Motion fails with 5 nays and 4 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So with that, I will hand the gavel to Mr. Smith, because I also am rejecting for purposes of amendment. Oops, and I knew the wrong thing.
Madam Mayor.
And this particular one, I'm channeling Ms. Gladysevsky. So I move to require that the development permit include the requirement that the developer will notify renters and owners of the planned presence of a compost and transfer station. We have made no bones about the fact that that's what we have planned for that area. Both of them are going to smell, have lots of noises. And I just think it's kind of a buyer beware thing. And again, we're not going to touch this again. So if it goes through, so I just am moving that. It doesn't require anything but to let people know that's what's going to happen. So with that, I move my amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Objections? Ms. Uscandies.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Objection for purposes of a question to the attorney. This, to me, is a cleaner example of does not apply to the rezone. We have an ordinance in front of us tonight that is an ordinance that accomplishes a rezone. Is this amendment in order?
Madam Attorney.
So I would say it is in order. When I go back and look at the conditions that we've done before, that with this type of rezone and protest, we've put conditions out there that don't often quite match, like if there was an appeal or something direct where you've got the following 5, 6, 7 conditions. So this is a nebulous process. It's a little bit different. So I went back to, is it public safety, welfare, and health? And given that it's purely a notification, if it's residential, I think that it is okay to go forward. There are a bunch of ifs on that, but it's signaling what is important to the assembly, which is why we have this process. So I did speak to the mayor about it earlier and said that I felt like legally it could go forward.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Thank you for that. I think I'm confused if the mechanism, I'm looking at the ordinance right now and I'm looking at the whereases and the be it enacted. How does this amendment fit into this body of this ordinance? Or where does it even go? Because it seems like intent, and I agree that this is the right process for us to, make our intent clear to the director, but how does it fit into this ordinance?
It's a good question. So I think it would fit into, well, I would leave it to the maker of the motion. She can make it something more similar to what Mr. Kelly did, which is conditioning a rezone upon an agreement to notify, or she can include it as a whereas clause if it's intent. So I would leave it to the maker of the motion to clarify that. I apologize. I didn't think of that ahead of time.
That's all right. We did talk briefly about it. Well, that's why I said in the development permit, so it doesn't necessarily part of the ordinance. It's would be up to Director Lawhorn actually to include that. And where I see it, it would be that when someone signs a rental agreement or something like that, there's just a line there that says, be aware that a planned compost and transfer station will be nearby.
One more follow-up.
Go ahead.
For the maker, I understand the intent of what the agreement would be and how simple that can be. For the ordinance 2025-2026-05, where would you like that inserted of those two options?
That's why I said it's not a good place for it to be inserted unless tagged onto it somewhere. I mean, that's why I didn't do the same thing that Mr. Kelly did, because there's no way to insert it.
And then I would object and say it's not an amendment. I would point of order and say, if it's not in this ordinance, then it's not an amendment.
Madam Attorney.
So my recommendation based on what the maker of the motion said, would that it become a whereas clause that that
Okay.
evidences your
2-minute
intent.
recess.
2 minutes.
Okay.
Favorite thing.
Bring us back. Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Attorney, and thank you, Ms. Hughes Scandies, for bringing the process question. So I would just put it as the last whereas clause, so it would read, whereas the city intends to develop a transfer and compost facility near the parcel, it is our intent that the development permit include the requirement that the developer will notify renters or owners of the planned presence of this station.
You've heard the motion. Objections, further objections. Ms. Wall.
I'll object. Not that I don't think this is a good idea. I just think we're stepping outside our lane here and doing this now. And, the mayor says this is the only time we're going to touch this, but we got people on our team that are also, capable of making good decisions. And the assembly could do this at any point down the road if they want to, if there is a development permit, et cetera, et cetera. If we can pass a,
Mayor, did you have a response or did you have a?
From my understanding, Director Lawhorn said it would just be up to the director and it wouldn't go through a CUB process necessarily.
Ms. Wall.
my understanding is if we can write a whereas clause that says we should do this, then we could do that in any other ordinance we want to in the future is more what I meant. Thanks.
I'll object for a question. Would it be appropriate for you to amend this or make an amendment to the motion to say that if the future renters or owners of this plant, of this area, have issues with the nearby industrial uses surrounding it, that they should contact the assembly and the owner of the property and not CDD? Very good. We have a motion and we have objections. Ms. Hendricks, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. I'm going to attempt to relay that back. For Madam Mayor's amendment number 2, where to include a whereas, the city intends to develop a transfer and compost facility near the parcel. Is our intent that the development permit include the requirement that the developer will notify renters and owners of the presence of this station. That's correct. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Wall.
No.
Ms. Hughes Scandies.
No.
Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Mr. Steininger.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Nope.
Mr. Brooks.
No.
Ms. Adkisson.
No.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Motion fails, 5 nays and 4 yeas.
Pass the gavel back to the mayor.
Okay, we are back to the main motion. Are there objections? Okay, Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a tough one. No one will disagree that we need housing. I do have questions about the compatibility of housing at this zone. I have concerns that it be the only light commercial in this area. We're not moving to say it should be general commercial. I threw my notes on the ground. It's okay. It's not going to be spectacular either way. I do have issues with the compatibility. We also know that we cannot, just if we rezone, it does not mean that they will build housing. We know we can't do that. We also know we need to preserve industrial land. Again, I'm torn. I have a lot of faith in the proposers of the change. Could it work? Sure, I guess. But when I'm uncertain, I'm going to vote against the rezone and look to also look to the expertise and the thinking of the Planning Commission. So I will object.
Any further objection? I'll object also, but I see a couple of hands here. So, Mr. Brooks, do you want to speak in favor of it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes. Just looking at this, from a few steps back, there's, a significant need in the community for housing that these individuals are trying to address in some way or another, depending on what the timeline is for that. But it seems like, we're using a loose guiding document that's not binding as an excuse to say no for someone who's trying to address a serious issue that everyone is feeling. And it's based off of things like noise, noxious odors, and non-complementary uses. And there's already precedences that break those non-complementary uses all across the community. So to apply it as such to this specific one when it is and could be a desirable area for housing for community members as well. I don't think it's practical to use a non-binding guiding document as a means to try and stop housing development.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. I happen to live in the area, and I actually felt somewhat inspired by the location. There are some concerns that I tried to address as far as requiring pedestrian safety, but I also see this as an ideal spot for something of a community here. We have a store where people can go right across the street and buy their groceries. We have a Mexican restaurant in the area. We have a brewery where people can go and recreate, and all of that is within walking distance. And this is the kind of development that I would really like to see encouraged. There's more I wanted to say, but I probably should have written notes like Mr. Smith. So I'll drop it on the floor. Yeah. So I think I'll leave it. I'll leave it for there. I think this is. I am speaking in favor of this.
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak in support here. I definitely agree. This is a tough call. I understand why the CDD department staff made the determination they did. I understand why the Planning Commission made the decision they did. But if you look at the Planning Commission decisions were not unanimous. They were passed by 5 votes. And you look at the CDD record, it's very clear there's some gray area here in terms of conforming with, where we've been and where we're headed. I think the 2 things that came up the most in those documents are, the argument that we want to protect industrial land. I don't disagree, but I think, we have swung in the other direction that when you ask people what we need more, they say housing. I think the other thing that, I do have concerns about, mixing industrial and housing. There are many communities where that has resulted in, our poor people and people of color, living in places that are environmentally toxic. So I know we have to be careful about that. I think in this case, when you look at what has been developed in that industrial zone, it speaks to why, that's not something we need. Most of that is general commercial. There's lots of housing in the area. So it feels like it will feel not like spot zoning to allow for light commercial in this area. So thank you.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak in support of this. I will not even spend too much time on housing, which I know we all share as a real need. And the reason that I won't is because this is not a situation where if we zone it, it will come. So I am looking at this and I would third that this is a hard decision, that I have to look at all the uses and think about the area and think about everything in the planning commission files. And I do think that I fully see how people got there on the, I think there, you can make the case for why to deny this. But I am less convinced when I look at this map of the area and I think of my knowledge as a resident of the area. And I think about how many of us visit that area every Saturday or Sunday whenever you go to Costco. It doesn't seem, I would prefer it be general commercial, but that's not a choice here tonight. So when I look at how many uses in the area are compatible with light commercial, I feel like seeing this rezoned into something that is going to allow it to develop is something that I think is going to be a better use of that land than maintaining it as industrial. Maintaining industrial lands, we've just had multiple people say, we all know that's vital. That's part of our economic strategy, certainly right now. I will say that communities develop not always according to your plans. I grow less convinced watching the community develop. That doesn't mean when you develop all your industrial land and then it's gone. Well, now you've painted yourself into a corner, so the community can't develop that way. But we also have industrial land that has sat around the borough not being used for industrial purposes. I've driven past that parcel for years and didn't know that the owners of it owned it and had my own schemes as well as, why doesn't anyone buy that and do something with it? You could do this, you could do that. And I would rather see whatever comes of it. Housing would be great, but whatever goes there, I would rather see it become developed because I think there are lots of good things that it could be developed for. So I'll support it.
Seeing nothing, I'll speak to my objection. I appreciate what everybody said, but the fact of the matter is we basically have 2 spots left of industrial land here and out at Sherwood Lane. And everything Mr. Kelly said is true. It's going to end up being a neighborhood and it's just going to encroach more on industrial land. And we have 2 places left for industrial land, and housing is important, but so is preserving the very little industrial land we have. So that's all object. Mr. Smith and anybody else?
Madam Mayor, sorry, I wasn't going to speak to why I'm going to oppose the motion. I did just want to correct something though. The comprehensive plan is not a loose guiding document that's not binding. It is a long public process driven document that says where you should have things or where certain things should be allowed. I just want to correct that it's not just a loose, like, it does bind decisions, and I think rightfully so. So sorry to call you out, Mr. Brooks.
Anybody else want to speak? Ms. Hall?
And thank you, Madam Mayor. And when Director Lawhorn said, industrial used to be, such a need here, and now housing is coming up. And I think of workforce housing particularly, and the rising demographic of single people needing housing, not just elders, living alone, but there's more people needing this type of efficiency or studio or 1 bedroom. And knowing that we have workers in our community that are spending their nights at the cold weather shelter or camping out in the woods, those are workers. So I think that balance, I totally get that we want to preserve our industrial land, but the fact that this has sat empty for, I think you said 10 years, it's flat. It's, I think it's something that we should allow expanded use and allow housing. Thank you.
All right, we have an motion and we have objection. Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For ordinance 2026-05, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city and borough to change the zoning of HDK LT2A and SSG IV TRB located at 5200 and 5220 Commercial Boulevard from industrial to light commercial. Mr. Brooks.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
No.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Mr. Steininger.
Yes.
Ms. Adkisson.
Yes.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Yes.
Ms. Wall.
Yes.
Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Madam Mayor.
No.
Motion carries with 2 nays and 7 yeas.
All right, thank you. Looking at the body, do we need a break before the next one, or are we ready to move on? Okay, we'll move on then, because these folks have been very patient with us. So, item number 4, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2026-06, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city and borough to change the zoning of 7 Mile LT4 located at 7170 Glacier Highway from D18 to light commercial.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Madam Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this ordinance amends the official zoning map to change the zoning of a lot located near 7 Mile, which is where our streets shop is located, in case to kind of give you an idea, on Glacier Highway from D18 to light commercial. The staff recommended denial of this rezone, and the Planning Commission upheld that decision. Because although there are more units although you can get to a greater density of housing in light commercial, you can still do very dense housing in D18. And I will hand it over to the attorney if she has anything to add on process.
It's the same thing that you just did.
Okay, thank you for that. So, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to suspend the rules to allow the applicants a total of 10 minutes of public testimony and clarifying no, I'm just kidding.
Any objection? Seeing none, that is so moved. So if the applicants want to come up. So just to be clear, you guys will have 10 minutes total, and I'll pipe in every once in a while with your time. Yep, but just a minute, I'm just waiting for the clerk to be ready.
We're good? Okay.
Test.
All right, go ahead and give us your name and area of town you live in, and you have 10 minutes.
I am Josette Duran, and I'm from Midtown, Schweitzer, and Lemon Creek area. I think everybody knows what that is, and
Marciano.
excuse me.
Same area.
So I'll be speaking on the points on the rezone appeal specifically, and then we can get into what a great project is going to be, should you support it. And excuse me, I just thank you for your time tonight. There were 5 issues on appeal that we did file with our notice of appeal. The first one being that the Planning Commission's interpretation and application of the controlling land use plan is erroneous under CBJ Title 49 because the decision relied primarily on the 2013 comprehensive plan instead of the more recent and location-specific 2018 Lemon Creek area plan, which expressly promotes mixed use and light commercial zoning in the mile 7 and 8 Glacier Highway corridor where our subject property is, excuse me. The second appeal issue was that the decision is not supported by substantial evidence in light of the whole record under CBJ Title I because it fails to consider that the proposed predominantly residential mixed-use project, approximately 121 units, including childcare, open space, direct bus stop access, trail access, and neighborhood serving amenities, directly advances the 2018 Lemon Creek Area Plan's goal of housing diversity, compact mixed-use development, efficient land use, and reduced vehicle dependency. Issue number 3, the written findings are inadequate under CBJ Title I because they do not explain why light commercial zoning is incompatible with the 2018 Lemon Creek Area Plan, despite the project's clear alignment with that plan's mixed use and transit-oriented corridor policies, and despite a non-unanimous vote in which 2 commissioners opposed adopting the director's findings. Issue number 4, the commission denied procedural due process under CBJ Title I by disregarding uncontroverted applicant testimony that the Alaska Mental Health Land Trust Office prior opposition letter is outdated and that the current trust staff support the rezone, which is consistent with the Lemon Creek's plan call for trust land consolidation on page 27, which we will get to. Issue number 5, the decision contains a factual error adopted from the director's presentation that child care facilities are conditional or more restricted in light commercial than in D18, whereas Title 49, Table of Permissible Uses, allows child care centers outright in light commercial the same as in D18. That concludes the issues from the appeal form. To supplement the record on issue number 4, I passed out, you have a 1-page update on the mental health trust position that was submitted tonight. The original opposition letter from the mental health trust regarding this project and rezone was from someone who no longer works at the trust. Marciano has since had additional positive communications with the current trust representative, and they have expressed, the representative expressed concern about a potential scrap or junkyard on the site, which wouldn't be permitted in a light commercial district anyway. And they emphasized the need for nice looking buildings.
6 minutes left.
He indicated that he thought our conceptual design met that standard. The representative also expressed support for additional housing, which the rezone to light commercial would help achieve at this site. The 2018 Lemon Creek Area Plan is the controlling document for our site. I distributed, maybe we won't go into it, but you can see the pages from the Lemon Creek Area Plan that speak specifically to the issue of encouraging mixed use, light commercial and residential mixed use together. So in the interest of time, I won't read all through of those, but you can look at those. And one of the issues that Jill had brought up was that if you rezone to a light commercial, then it could just all be light commercial, right? It wouldn't be residential. It doesn't behoove us to build, or anybody to build all light commercial, because the commercial market is soft since the pandemic has happened. So we wouldn't want to do that unless the city wants to build a municipal building there, then that would be a perfect use for light commercial there. However, that isn't what our conceptual plan is, which Marciano can speak to. If and when we apply for the mixed use of light commercial and residential, then it will be subject to the conditional use process where the different concerns that were brought up here, like traffic safety and that kind of thing would be addressed. And I think I'm going to give you your time so that you can.
You have 4.5 minutes.
Let me know when I'm like a minute left. I want to kind of sidebar on something else on this whole process. Yeah, so Marciano Duran here, she's like the brains, the legal part of it. She likes to argue, so she's the attorney part. I'm more of the thinker, go doer, imaginary kind of guy. And I've been in Juneau for over 50 years. I was sitting there, you know, I know Beth from school and such, and she's trying to steal my lunch money or whatever. But I'll sit in there trying to figure out how long has it been? And I'm coming up with 40 something years. And it's actually been 50 years since I've been in Juneau, right? And I've been in construction with my dad and stuff. We did a lot of projects here. Juneau means a lot to me. My family's here. I'm concerned about the direction of Juneau. I've been here in the 80s when there was plenty of houses around that we couldn't get sold and such. So we're at a different place right now. Aside from that, our project there's two letters that I submitted, okay? One shows a pretty grandiose plan where you see some apartments with some other mixed use units down below. That's an idea in the synopsis that I submitted was maybe a yoga studio down below for the tenants. If you're gonna have, you know, 150 units, say. Something to keep the traffic down, something that will build a community, because one of the things that we're looking at as developers is how can we implement this community feel in Juneau in these different areas that are left to develop. So that thinking outside the box to try to bring all these things that the people want. We did have a meeting on a different zone change, and that was one of the ideas that came up. So we're trying to implement those ideas into. On this particular project, the second sheet shows the buildings for like 120 units roughly. And what's good about this is the location. It's on the bus line. It's right across from light commercial is a city shop. There's that driveway that separates us too, centimeters, right? So the code allows us to adjacent property zone changes when we're that close, and you can't get any closer than what we are right there. What's good also about this location is Heiselman Ridge, trail right there. It's a perfect, great place for residents to come and get together, be active in the community. And I think it's something that we want to do. 120 units minimum is what we're after. Somebody at the Plan Commission did say something about light commercial. If we're going to do that, that never even entered my mind. As a matter of fact, when she said that, I'm like, I didn't even think of that because it's not a use right now for us. I mean, we got commercial, light commercial are trying to, that's not moving, I should say. For us, on the commercial side of stuff, for us, it's more the construction. For the housing part, that's our business. And that's where we're at with this project. We want to get these houses done and get them up and get them to people's hands. Now, I'm gonna probably got a minute left or so.
1:15.
So I'm gonna take them 1 minute and 15 seconds left to say this on this process, because I'm boots on the ground. I'm a developer contractor here in Juneau for many years, since I was 12 in 1977 when we moved up here. Anyway, so this process, and here's the problem. We do have a crisis for housing, all right? And what's being done about it? We got to look at the process. I applied for this zone change in January 2025. I submitted the application. It got kicked back because there was not a pre-conference done, okay? So we got kicked back, wait for the city to set up a pre-conference. We go in there and meet with the pre-conference. It takes all of maybe an hour. And then we got to go back, and then they sent us the deal, the writing, which wasn't no great impact on our project altogether. And then we go and we get a public hearing, and then before you know it, we're at the Plan Commission in October. Now we're rejected in October, and if it shouldn't have been, because if you look at the comprehensive plan in 2013 was adopted for Lemon Creek, we shouldn't even be here in my mind. If you could convince me otherwise, that's fine, but it clearly states in the comprehensive plan. What we're trying to do is allowed, and that's what Juneau was trying to do. She covered it up pretty good. I'm trying to go fast. So that's kind of my bone to pick. If we want to fix this stuff, and we got a lot of pressure coming up from the Coast Guard, 250 units, right? How are we going to get that if we got this delay over a year now and we still haven't?
Mr. Duran, we have to stop you, sorry. Questions, Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is a bit, it's about the choice of light commercial as your zoning district. I guess I got the assumption, I think staff, laid out, you can get higher density in that property for housing through, D18 with some, added things you have to do that. I kind of assumed, listening to the planning commission meeting and looking at your materials, that you are hoping to do some commercial as part of your housing project. Is that why you want light commercial? Because you want that kind of ability to do both commercial and housing? Or is it really just about density? And in which case, why not just keep the zoning district?
Because, on to, thank you for the question. It's more about density, quite frankly. Again, I'm trying to think and see what we can do that's going to be different. We don't have to do the light commercial fronts that are in that one first plan where you have, again, a yoga studio and or some sort of wine tasting room, childcare facility, something for the tenants to rent out, that kind of jazz. But, you know, we're not going to build it if they don't come either, right? Just like you said, I mean, we still got to figure out if there's a market for that. If there's not, then we're not going to do it. We could develop the construction part of it to where the lower units, because we'll have ADA units on the bottom floor. Not all the first floor is going to be like storefront, say. But we will construct those so that if it doesn't pan out, or if one of them or two of them, three don't work out, we can convert those into condos anyway. Okay, just build them that way with that in mind. So it's fairly easy to do. So to answer your question, we want the density. Like we said, Juneau needs more houses. Yeah, we can do 18 units, 72 units. 72 is not more than 120, okay? 120 is more, plus with the density bonuses that you're talking about, I think we can get up to 150, 30 more units. That's a big difference in getting some people off the street, getting some, that we're gonna do 1, 2, and 3
Mr. Duran, I'm gonna
bedrooms.
stop you because you've answered the question.
Completely.
Further questions? Mr. Smith?
Maybe you were, thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe you were kind of getting there. I guess, I've seen that in D18, you can get up to 91 units. I guess, like, does that number doesn't work for you? Or anyway, just curious, like, does a 91 unit housing development not work for you on this site?
I don't think 91 units works for the city of Juneau. We're in a crunch right now. And thanks for bringing up the site. The site is an excellent location, bus line, and as many units as we can. That's what we
Again,
want.
you have to just stick with the answer to the question.
I want to be thorough on my answers.
I have a question if nobody else has. So I'm looking at our map and it shows 3 parcels right there. I look at your map and it doesn't show those 3 parcels. So how do they fit into your plan?
Those 3 parcels are not ours. So the
Okay.
plan, I'm not sure. Let me look at my plan again. I think that's the backside of the property. It should be the backside. We have the whole 4 acres on the, so
So the
access
parcels
are-
would be right there?
Yeah, those units.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You mentioned you've had conversations with the Mental Health Trust Office. They have not submitted anything in writing from the office saying that they support or oppose the project. All that is a written thing is the old letter that said, anyway, I guess, is there any new written correspondence from the Mental Health Trust Office on this?
I've requested from David McDonough, who took over for the lady that wrote that first letter. And I've been dealing with him since we were in Florida in October is when we first initiated contact. I showed him what our plans were. He was all on board on it. Last conversation was last week, and I believe he spoke to 2 members and kind of offered the support for this project because that's what, our conversations were. So I asked him if he could write a letter to quash the letter that's in the record, because that's not where the position is anymore. And their idea and their concern was that we were going to go light commercial to do this scrapyard, junkyard. That's what his concern was, because they didn't want to have their properties look down on something like that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brooks, was that a hand up? Yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Did you say that it was the Planning Commission's reasoning for disapproval was based off of the 2013 comprehensive plan?
Yes, sir.
And to Assembly Member Greg's point, I think that'd be an example of using it as loose guidance for decisions.
Don't even go there. Mr. Brooks, we try to stay away from those comments, please. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Oh, but pardon me. Madam Mayor, this is not for the applicant. I just realized.
Yep, I have some questions for Director Lawhorn too. Who has questions for the applicants? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Director Lawhorn, you might as well come up. Okay, who has questions for Director Lawhorn? Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a really easy question. I just wanted to make sure I was interpreting my materials correctly. We have, looking at the highlighted parcel to the right of it, there is our giant parcel. And I believe that's the CBJ shop. Is that correct? Is that also zone light commercial? Okay, thank you.
That was an easy one, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This might be easy too. The D18 zoning district requires that housing be built there. Director Lawhorn.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. It mostly allows for housing. There are some other uses like childcare and some small offices, I think under 1,000 square feet, but very minor uses in D18.
Ms. Wall and then Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you talk a little bit more about what it looks like to get more density in D18, the alternative residential subdivision? What does that kind of mean and how does that work and how do you
Dr.
get
Lawhorn.
there?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So currently, D18 or light commercial could apply for an alternative residential subdivision. It is a two-step process. It does involve the Planning Commission. You have to submit a preliminary plan, and that says what you're going to do on the site, and then a preliminary plat if you're subdividing, because you can create the small unit lots, or you can keep it all condo too. It has several options in there. And then once that is approved, then you have to do your construction plans through general engineering and engineering. And then the applicant would come back with a final plan. If there were any changes usually that the Planning Commission would have maybe conditioned or asked for revisions, those would show up in the final plan. And also a final plat, again, if subdivision was required. In this instance, D18 on this property would, as mentioned earlier, equal about 91 units under the ARS with the bonus density bonus.
Mr. Brooks and then Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is there any type of restrictions with conducting or operating childcare in light commercial?
Director Lawhorn.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Mayor. No, childcare would be allowed in both D18 and light commercial.
Go ahead.
There's no like capacity restrictions or sizes, anything like that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and I may ask the attorney too for a little assistance, but I believe that the numbers are more of a state license operation and less so to do with the city. Am I correct? Okay.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
Okay, good. You answered that. I was going to say we'll move on. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. The rezoned switch to light commercial, what kind of density would we be looking at with that compared to the alternative for D18?
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you. So under at D18, through an alternative residential subdivision, the site could go up to about 91 units. Light commercial allows for up to 30 units per acre. And I'm not sure about running it under the ARS because I don't think we did run those numbers off the top of my head.
Go ahead.
So it's 30 units per, so 30 units per acre, about 4 acres, so about 120 units. Okay, thank you.
While everybody else is thinking something, I have a couple questions. On Mr. Duran's map, he has no through access. Do they have to, A, provide access to the parcels above them? And B, do they have to provide an in and out onto Glacier Highway?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. They have their frontage on Glacier Highway, so their access would have to be through that frontage. And then as far as the lands above, I believe they do have other access points to Egan, and so I don't believe they would have to offer that another right-of-way to those properties.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We brought up the previous rezone out North Douglas. Went from, was it D15 to light commercial? Have they developed housing on that? Are they developed that lot and have they developed housing out there?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Smith. So to answer your question, it was, I believe, D15. It was about 18 acres, and it was rezoned to light commercial with the condition mentioned earlier about safety, which, trust me, has been a real fun time trying to figure that one out with DOT, because that's also not a CBJ road, so that one made that one a bit more complicated. And no, so I will say the applicant from the get-go was quite clear that they did not intend to build housing units there. They were going for boat storage, and I think respectfully, some people heard boat condos, and so kept thinking living units above the storage. And the applicant, to his credit, repeated many times that he did not intend to build housing above. He was only looking for boat storage. Subsequent to that, that property was owned by more than one entity. It has since moved to only one of them. And my understanding is that the owner does intend to move forward with boat storage. And I spoke to them in the fall, and it was only boat storage at this time.
Ms. Wall?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That brought up, was a good question that brought up something for me. In other places that have been, that are zoned light commercial, do you see anecdotally that flexibility, to have some commercial and some residential is, helping developers build housing?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Wall. The other one that comes to mind, because the one on Douglas was based off of the one on Atlan Drive, and that site still sits vacant today. It has not been built. It was permitted, I think it's permitted for 22 units, but it still remains vacant today. And that's been prior to me coming here, so over a decade.
Mr. Kelly, and then Ms. Hall.
Thank you. I guess this question could be for anybody along that row. So my main issue with the rezone is that is the uses beyond housing that it could be used for. I do like that under light commercial, this increases the density by potentially 39 units. Is there another way to achieve that? Could the assembly draft an ordinance that would create another zoning? I mean, that sounds sloppy, but if we were to think of a creative solution like that, I guess when would be appropriate to do that, or how could we best do that?
Can I take?
They're
How about
going to
we go
fight
down the
over
line?
answers.
Okay.
Start with Director Lawhorn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would encourage the assembly, if that is the direction, to not do it now, to stay involved in the comprehensive plan. We're almost there. We're entering phase 3 soon. That's the last phase. And that truly is where those discussions should happen. There is no other zoning district, Mr. Kelly, between D18 and light commercial. The Durans have asked for the next one up, if you will. I think the ARS has been sort of that middle ground that we've found over recent years to get that boost in density that we so badly need. But I would encourage you at this time not to do a whole lot with changing zoning districts until the comprehensive plan is complete. Or at least nearer to complete. How's that? We definitely can start working on them as we get closer to the end, but it should come out of that process.
Thank you.
Ms. Hall.
I was just going to ask you to repeat, Director Lawhorn, what you said about the Atlan Drive rezone. I didn't catch the first part of that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So some time back, the Assembly voted for a rezone on the corner of Atlan Drive and Mendenhall Loop Road. And that was much similar to the one you heard earlier. It didn't fit the comp plan. It didn't match. The Assembly found in that instance that it did, and so it was changed to light commercial. And it has still been vacant today. And I think the last time it was permitted was 2012, maybe somewhere around there. And so it was permitted for about 22 townhouse style condos.
Go ahead.
So do you feel like it would have had a better chance of being developed if it had remained D18? Or was that what it was before?
Go ahead, Director Lawhorn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe it was multifamily, Assemblymember Hall. I'm not sure of exactly what it may have been before. I can't say truly if it would have been developed had it stayed a different way, but changing to light commercial hasn't developed housing on it.
All right, I'm gonna hop in here. So you said with our last one, with light commercial, since the plan was residential, it could be approved with director's signature. Since this is mixed use, is that the same thing, or will it have to go through a conditional use process?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, it depends. If it's strictly housing and they're meeting density, then it would not require planning commission approval. If it's depending on the uses, and again, we'd have to go back to the table of permissible uses and see if it is only a 1, that would mean it's my approval. If it's a 3, it would go to the planning commission. So it depends on the proposal that they would bring forth and the size of it.
Okay, and the follow-up is that if they did a junkyard or something like that, I'm assuming it would have to go through conditional use permit.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that one wouldn't get through the door because it's not permissible for a junkyard.
Thank you, just checking. I saw Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Does the, going from D18 to light commercial, does that change the assessed value at all?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can't speak to that, Mr. Brooks.
Okay, anything further? Okay, we will be kind to Ms. Adkisson, and we will go to Mr. Steininger for a motion.
Right. I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2026-06 and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objections? Mr. Smith?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. The first one was hard for me. This one's much easier. We know we can't condition a development based on a change in zoning. And now we are taking what was our highest residential zoning district and now allowing a much broader myriad of use, which in many, many non-residential uses. I believe the applicants that this is what they're going for. I'm not certain why 91 units would work. I would love more too, but 91 would be pretty good there. And now if we move this to light commercial, there's a chance that there's no housing at all and 4 acres of D18 don't lead to any housing development. So that's one reason, probably my main reason for opposing the zoning change. Thank you.
Any more objection? Ms. Wall?
I'm going to speak in support. I very much agree with Mr. Smith, and, and I do think this is a hard one too, because I think that protecting our housing lots is not going to result in housing. As Ms. Hughes-Gandy said, we can zone things how we want and we don't have control over what people actually build there. And so I would say if we've got a chance that this might make a project pencil out, I'm willing to take it. I know that means no housing might be built there, but no housing will likely be built there if we do nothing. I'm willing to provide that flexibility. It's next to a light commercial, so I don't feel like it's, changing the character of the neighborhood. I have concerns that still nothing will be built there, but to me, it's a bit more flexible. It's trying something in a desperate time. Thanks.
Ms. Hughes Candies, do you feel compelled to speak? I couldn't, first I thought you were raising your hand and then you stopped.
Touching my mouth.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I'll say that I would agree with many of Ms. Wall's points.
There you go. So we have a motion and objection. Okay, don't be lifting your pens or anything unless you, don't be moving.
Madam Mayor, do you want to speak too?
Ms. Hall, go ahead.
Yeah, and I agree with Mr. Smith on this one. I think, we've got our high residential zoning already, and, this assures that it will remain housing. And so for that reason, I will also support the objection. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Back to, we have a motion and, Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you,
already
Madam
spoke once.
Mayor. Now I would like to speak. I realized, what am I doing not speaking and trying to convince you all? I have no idea what's in your heads, and Ms. Hall just gives me a great example. I don't know what's in her head. I am going to support this rezone, and I would urge you to support this rezone. And I will say, it really strikes me to my core hearing, and Director Lawhorn does a great job answering our, please read a crystal ball, and would this make it happen, Director? And if we hadn't done that, would that have made it happen? And answers those. The road to development is long, it is expensive, it is heartbreaking. There are so many parcels all over the Juneau that I just wish were developed, but they're not, because it's hard and it's expensive. And I think Mr. Smith's comments are true and give me pause, and every decision's a hard decision for me. But I do see that there is still room to build housing on light commercial, and I know that that is what is needed right now in this market. So I think that is what is going to drive people's decisions more than anything. Is it needed? Will people pay for it? And can the person providing it figure out a way to fill that capital stack that is so impossible to fill if you are trying to develop housing or anything else? So at this point, I am going to try to meet, again, I understand where the Department and Planning Commission were coming from, but I am going to try to provide some flexibility at the policy level to meet the applicant where they were at. So I would urge you to join me in supporting it.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. We have a motion and objection. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For ordinance 2026-06, the rezone of 7170 Glacier Highway from D18 to light commercial. Mr. Steininger,
Yes.
Ms. Hall,
Nope.
Deputy Mayor Smith,
No.
Mr. Brooks,
Yes.
Ms. Adkisson,
Yes.
Mr. Kelly,
No.
Ms. Wall,
Yes.
Ms. Hughes Candies,
Yes.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Motion carries with 6 yeas and 3 nays.
All right, Madam Attorney, I don't believe we have to stop at 10. I believe at 11 o'clock is still our time, or do we need to extend our time?
You need to extend your time. You changed your end.
Okay, I'm just checking. I think the rest of it will go fairly quickly. So Mr. Smith, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to extend the meeting until 10:20.
Yes,
Try again.
we can keep extending if we have to. Yes. So with that, thank you all for your time and sorry that took so long. We are at item number 5, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2026-09, an ordinance authorizing the port director to negotiate and execute a lease of Alaska Tidelands Survey Number 857 for the purpose of waterfront commercial activity.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This lease is for a small sliver of property that Petro 49 currently leases and currently occupies, but they needed to renegotiate the lease to provide financing for their dock project. I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Folks, could we have you talk outside the room? Thank you. So we'll bring it back to the assembly. I'm at Ms. Hall.
I move ordinance 2026-09 and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion is approved. Item 6, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2025-01, lowercase b, uppercase s, an ordinance appropriating $800,000 to the manager for a grant to Tlingit-Haida Regional Housing Authority for the Peterson Hill Phase 1B project, funding provided by the Affordable Housing Fund.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This appropriates $800,000 to Tlingit-Haida for their work on Peterson Hill. They've made some great progress lately. I encourage you to go out there. There's 3 new structures. So I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. There's nobody signed up to testify on this, so we will go to the assembly. Mr. Kelly.
I move that the assembly adopt ordinance 2025-01, lowercase b, uppercase s, and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And it's for the purpose of a question. Can you tell us how, and this would be for the manager, I think, can you tell us how much below fair market value we had sold the land to them for?
I believe we gave them the land with conditions that they build within a certain time frame, which they have met.
I don't think you answered his question.
No, she did. I do have a follow-up though.
All the way below fair market value. And some of them
What's your follow-up?
So you said they have 3 up right now. What is the timeline for these other the other 13 units then, I guess?
I would have to bring up Mr. Chambord to answer those detailed questions.
Thank you, Scott Schomburg, Planning Manager. So through the mayor, so in their application, Tlingit-Haida Regional Housing Authority is looking to put 16 single-family home ownership homes at 80% AMI or below within 3 years.
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While we have Mr. Chambers, I have one question that applies to lots of these.
Sure.
Why does it take so long for this to get to the assembly, from the application process? And is there anything we can do to make that step between the application process and us approving this final thing faster? Can we get out of the way, or is there something we can do?
Through the mayor, as respectfully as possible, I encourage everyone in this room, everyone in this community to follow the process that's established with the Juneau Affordable Housing Fund and the timeline and details that are on our website since 5 years ago. So following process, getting the recommendations to the appropriate committee reads their packet, understands what's coming in front of them, gets it to the next step. And, the goal is within 6 months of the program being established, they have contracts or loans in their hands in December. It's all on the website.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is there any stipulations if the units aren't built within the 3-year period?
So,
Mr. Campbell.
So, through the mayor, in all of the grant agreement contracts, for all of the nonprofit organizations, there's an annual report, that is coming in April, and that goes into the overall Affordable Housing Fund annual report. And it is for 3 years, but it can also be extended with manager approval.
Any further questions? Any objection to the motion? See no objection, that is so moved. Item number 7, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2025-01 lowercase b uppercase t, an ordinance appropriating $250,000 to the manager for a grant to Clinton Haida Regional Housing Authority. I apologize, I cannot pronounce that very well. Can anyone help me with?
Beat Canucks Dutine.
Thank you. Funding provided by the Affordable Housing Fund.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This ordinance appropriates $250,000 for new housing, 5 new units in North Douglas. Seats Kanaduhin. And I recommend you pass. I'm sorry, the recommendation is not my normal recommendation. I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you for that. Since we have nobody signed up for this ordinance, we'll bring it to the Assembly. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-01 BT and ask for unanimous consent.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Number 8, we've removed, so we're moving on to number 9. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2025-01 lowercase b uppercase v, an ordinance appropriating up to $900,000 to the manager for a loan to Brave Enterprises LLC, funding provided by the Affordable Housing Fund.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This ordinance appropriates $900,000 for the construction of new housing in downtown Juneau. 18 units will be 80% or less of area median income. And I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Since there's no public signed up for this, we will go to the Assembly. We're back to you, Ms. Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-01 BV, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the purpose of a question, do you know what the timeline on their project would be?
Mr. Chongbo.
So through the mayor, I'd have to go read their packet, but we do have Dave D'Amato, who's the developer, in the audience. You may want to answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Chomber.
For the record, developer in the audience said 2 years.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. So I'm assuming are you maintaining your objection, Mr. Brooks?
I remove my objection.
All right, any further objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Item number 10, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2025-01 lowercase b uppercase w, an ordinance appropriating up to $200,000 to the manager for a loan to Southeast Endeavors LLC, funding provided by the Affordable Housing Fund.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And do we still have Mr. Cantola online if we need to ask him questions? While she's looking, Madam Manager.
Thank you. This ordinance appropriates $200,000 for a loan to develop a fourplex in Juneau to Southeast Endeavors. And these units will be 80% or less of area median income. I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Okay, and we do have the developer online if we have questions for him. Mr. Cantola, I don't know what your question is, Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have questions for him, but I feel like our process usually is that we only ask people questions if they have made public testimony. So if there are folks who have questions, I would encourage them to suggest that he make public testimony. I'm not trying to split hairs. I'm sorry. I was trying to make it easier for people to ask questions if they wanted to.
Well, let's see if we have any questions for him first. Oh, excuse me. Since there's no public testimony, we'll go back to the assembly. Ms. Wall. Okay. Mr. Cantola, do you have testimony tonight? And if you do, please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Sean Cantola. I live in the Valley. This project is for 4 units, as they mentioned. I believe there might have been a slight error in there that it was 2 units that were going to be for the 80%, not all 4. That was what was in the application. The project is already underway. The building is mostly complete. We've got a sheetrock phase and are doing flooring and cabinets right now. So it should be done here within the next couple of months.
Any questions? How many units total are there?
4 units total.
Okay, and 2 of them are 80% or less AMI.
Correct.
Okay. Any further questions? Mr. Smith?
Thank you. I guess, okay, I just wanted to sync. So it means that the ordinance is correct and there's just maybe a typo in the manager's report. Okay,
Correct,
thank you very
correct.
much.
Are we all good over there? Madam Manager? Okay. Ms. Wall, you had your hand up? Or were you going to move this ordinance?
Just to move
Yes,
the
okay,
ordinance,
thanks.
sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-01BW and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Thank you, Mr. Cantola, for being here. It was a long night. So moving on, we have unfinished business, assembly goals. Do we need any staff or should we just go to Mr. Smith for an ordinance or a motion?
The only thing I want to point out is that in the version in your packet, there was an assembly goal that did not get, the cell did not get justified. So we fixed that and that's in your supplemental materials.
Thank you. So make sure you're looking at your red folder for that. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly adopt the presented assembly goals for 2026.
Any objection? Mr. Brooks?
I'd like to object just because we didn't iron out the language on one of the goals.
Do you have a recommended rewrite?
Yes, for number 1, housing, and it would be the second from the bottom. Says to continue to pursue zoning amendments that support an increase in incremental infill development opportunities. I would like to amend that to say continue to pursue and implement zoning amendments that support an increase in property ownership and incremental infill development opportunities.
Okay, say that one more time. Thanks.
Yes, I would like it to be amended to continue to pursue and implement zoning amendments that support an increase in property ownership and incremental infill development opportunities. And I can speak to that.
Yes.
The way it's worded now just to me appears to be a continuation of making opportunities for already the most capable financially individuals in the community and having a goal to focus on a broader range of property ownership can be more encompassing to all demographics of the community.
Thank you for that. So we have an amendment. Do we have objection? Seeing none, that amendment passes. So we have assembly goal as amended, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to object for the purposes of an amendment, the goals. On
Go ahead.
Goal 4, community wellness and public safety, where it says Juneau is a safe and welcoming for all citizens. I've been struggling where to put in the word affordable that applies more to housing. I had looked at it under the economic development goal. I just thought this might be a good spot to put in the word affordable. I'd like to add, so it's Juneau is safe, comma, affordable and welcoming for all citizens. It's aspirational, it's loose, if you may. But sorry. That was a joke, I'm sorry. And anyway, just to, I think we all consider affordability as we're doing many of the things we do. We can only do so much to affect affordability, but anyway, I would like to work that into a goal. So that is the best spot I found.
So we have amendment number 2. Any objection? Ms. Hall.
For the purpose of a question, so you want to add affordable under the community wellness and public safety goal?
Yes.
As he said, it was hard to figure out a place to
It was
put it.
hard to
'cause
find a
He talked to
perfect
me earlier,
spot.
so. Juneau is safe, affordable, and welcoming for all citizens.
I remove my objection.
All right, so on the second amendment, any objection? Seeing none, that second amendment passes. Mr. Steininger.
On the goals for 1, housing, 2, economic development, and 3, sustainable budget and organization. It still uses the word assure, and I believe it should be ensure, E-N. So I moved to make that.
We will just call that a typo and correct that typo. All right, we have the goals as amended. Any objection? Seeing none, our goals are passed. Let's work on our goals. Okay, so we're just, next we have new business. Madam Clerk, item 1.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. AT&T requests for a communication tower lease on CBJ property located at Diamond Park.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This approves a lease for communications tower at Diamond Park, a replacement tower. It's 110 foot replacement light pole and associated equipment. It's been heard by the Lands Committee, and I recommend I'm so sorry, you guys. It just passed my bedtime. You heard it at the January 26th Lands Committee meeting, and we are requesting a motion of support to further consider this proposal by negotiating directly with the original proposer.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Nobody has signed up to testify this, so we'll bring it back to the Assembly. And where I am, Mr. Brooks, I think. Would you move this, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I
Make a motion of support.
make a motion of support to further consider this proposal through direct negotiations between the city manager and the original proposal and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Any objection? Seeing none, that's so moved. Can the staff report wait, or was it timely?
It can wait, but all the information is in the memo along with all the deadlines. So if you do have questions, I can take
We're
questions.
not going to miss any deadlines by pushing this to the next one.
No, nothing needs to be adopted. This is informational.
Okay, please do that. So for the Assembly reports, all I'm going to go, unless anybody greatly has to say something, is to Mr. Kelly, because he has a couple appointments to make.
I move that the Assembly approve the reappointment of Ephraim Freilich to an unexpired term beginning immediately and ending June 30th, 2028, and the appointment of Melody Music to an unexpired term beginning immediately and ending June 30th, 2027 to the Systemic Racism Review Committee, and ask for unanimous consent.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, that is so moved. Is there any committee that has something that we need to
I have no-
address tonight?
I have no other motion, Madam
Oh,
Mayor.
sorry, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. And we also heard a request from the Juneau Human Resources Committee. They are going to be putting on an event in May. Normally, this money is already appropriated and they are able to just request expenditures of $500 or under. However, because their request is for $750, it requires Assembly approval. I move that the Assembly approve a funding request in the amount of $750, up to $750, and that the Juneau Human Rights Committee work with the clerk's office in dispersal of those funds and ask for unanimous consent.
I'll object for purposes of a question. Madam Attorney, I know there was a lot of chat at the Human Rights Commission or Human Rights Committee, so can you make this clearer for us?
No, I cannot. So okay, so the update is, the rule is that they can spend up to $500 without asking the Assembly for approval. In regards to the money itself, the money has been appropriated. It sits in the clerk's office budget. They have about $20,000 in that account for disbursement. I will say, I think one of the questions came up, we probably will present a better process to you because it's not clear why you're being asked to approve money that's sitting in the clerk's office fund balance. That being said, that's where it lands right now. It's set forth in the boards and commissions pamphlets and policies. They've done all the right things, which is they want to spend $750. We know that the money's there. They're asking if that's okay with you.
All right, thank you. Hopefully that was clearer than,
It's in the mayor and assembly budget.
oh, forget it then. No, just kidding.
Ah, okay.
All right, you've heard Mr. Kelly's motion. Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, that motion passes. All right, it is 10:12 and we have an executive session. So we're gonna have to extend our time yet again. So, Mr. Hargrave, give us a guess. Okay, so, sure, 10:35 sounds good.
Madam Mayor, I move to extend our meeting until 10:35 and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection to that? Apologize for the late night. Who would know we would have so many questions in our quasi judicial stuff? So anyway, with that, Mr. Smith, could you put us into executive session?
Of course, Madam Mayor, I move that the Assembly enter into executive session to discuss collective bargaining negotiations, the immediate knowledge of which would adversely affect the finances of the municipality, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Ms. Wall?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in the past, I have had to recuse myself for specifically updates on negotiations with CCFR. I am no longer, I am still married, but my husband no longer works for the department. And so I will say that I've talked to the attorney a few times about this. At first, I obviously don't have a financial conflict anymore. I was debating whether I had a personal conflict. I've heard one side of this for a very long time. I think I can go into this and try to be unbiased given that history, but and I believe the attorney can speak to her opinion, but I think we're on the same page. But wanted to give you all the option that if there is anyone who thinks I can't be impartial, then this could be an opportunity to say that. I won't take it personally.
Is anybody opposed to Ms. Wall sitting in, although I think it's all a different union, but okay, seeing none, you're stuck with us tonight. So, and to the public, we will not be coming back to regular session, so this will be it for the night. Okay, so I'm sorry. We're not going to come back. We're going to be done by 10:35. So, all right, with that, thank you, clerks. We'll see you. Executive session link. I'm sorry. Ms. Atkinson, could you get on your executive session link, please?